Your boots are wet. That is the first thing worth knowing about this evening. Not the cold, not the mud, just the deep and heavy dampness of 1742. You're finally inside the Green Dragon Tavern. The fire is roaring. It is a very good night to be indoors. Most nights in the 18th century are not. History was a deeply uncomfortable place to be. That is why you are here in the present day. You are safe and warm in your own bed. You do not have to worry about highway robbers or drafty windows. If you enjoy escaping the harsh realities of the past from the comfort of your modern mattress, consider subscribing to the channel. It costs you nothing. It is certainly cheaper than renting a room at a coaching inn. Leave a like if you're grateful for indoor plumbing. Also, feel free to let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now let's dry those boots. Close your eyes. Listen to the rain against the glass. The road you've been following is one of the old coaching routes that cuts through the Midlands, connecting market towns that most people in London have never heard of and will never visit. It is not a glamorous road. It is not a road anyone would choose for the scenery. It is a road people use because it is there, because the alternative is worse, and because somewhere along it there is supposed to be an inn. You were told about this inn by a man you met at a crossroads sometime around midday. He had the look of someone who spent most of his life outdoors, weathered in the particular way that English weathers people, which is to say thoroughly and without apology. He pointed you down this direction and said the inn was perhaps 4 miles on. That was 4 hours ago. Either the miles were longer than he thought, or you're walking more slowly than you realised. Both seem possible. The light is going fast now. England in October does not ease you gently into darkness. It simply withdraws the light, the way someone pulls a cloth off a table, and suddenly the colours that were there a moment ago, the rust of the bracken, the pale gold of the last grass, the deep wet green of the hedges, are all just various shades of dim. The road ahead of you becomes a suggestion rather than a certainty. Puddles announce themselves only when you step into them. You're tired in the particular way that comes from a full day of walking with a pack on your back, and nothing especially interesting to think about. Your shoulders ache. The back of your left knee has developed a small complaint that it has been filing with you since mid-afternoon, and you have been ignoring it, and it has not appreciated being ignored. Your stomach has been making its own opinions known for the last hour, and then you smell it. Before you see anything, before there is any light or any shape on the road ahead, there is the smell. Wood smoke first. Not the thin, clean smoke of an outdoor fire, but something heavier, denser. The smoke of a hearth that has been burning all day in a low-ceilinged room. Mixed into it, the yeasty, slightly sour smell of ale, which is not a smell most people would describe as beautiful, but which, at this particular moment, after this particular day, registers somewhere in your chest as something very close to relief. And underneath all of that, faintly, the smell of animals, horses, straw, the warm animal reality of a stable yard. You round a bend in the road and there it is. The Crown and Wagon sits back from the road by perhaps 20 feet, with a low stone wall marking the boundary between the inn's yard and the world beyond it. It is not a grand building. It is not meant to be. It is 2 stories of dark timber framing and pale plaster, with a roof that sags very slightly in the middle, in a way that suggests great age rather than structural failure, though the difference between those 2 things is sometimes difficult to judge. The sign above the door creaks on its iron bracket. In the dim light you can just make out the painted image of a wagon wheel, though the paint has faded to the point where the crown in the name is entirely a matter of imagination. Light comes through the windows in thin lines, pressing through shutters that do not quite close all the way. The shutters are not a design flaw. They are the result of the building having settled and shifted over its long life until nothing quite lines up the way the original builder intended. This inn, if the beams inside are any indication, has been standing since roughly the 1500s. By 1743 it has achieved a kind of magnificent battle-tested solidity. It has survived bad winters and good ones. It has survived fires, probably. floods, almost certainly. The endless traffic of coaches and horses and exhausted travellers has worn a smooth depression into the stone step at the front door, a hollow that represents centuries of arrivals just like this one. You push open the gate. The yard between the wall and the inn door is unpaved, and your boots, which had almost begun to approach something like dry, immediately sink into mud again. A dog somewhere in the stable yard registers your arrival with a single deep bark, decides you're not worth further investigation, and returns to whatever it was doing. There is the sound of horses shifting in their stalls, the soft percussion of hooves on straw-covered stone. Somewhere a shutter bangs once against its frame and is still. The door of the Crown and Wagon is heavy oak, darkened by years of hands pushing it open. It has a latch rather than a handle, a simple iron mechanism that requires a specific angle of pressure to operate, the kind of thing that regulars do without thinking, and first-time visitors fumble with in the dark. You fumble with it. It takes a moment, and then the latch gives way, the door swings inward, and the inn opens up around you like a held breath finally released. The noise hits first, then the heat, then the smell, which is the smell you caught from the road but concentrated now, amplified, turned up to a volume that is almost physical. Ale and smoke and tallow candles and wet wool, and the particular sharp edge of too many people in a room, designed for somewhat fewer people. A fire is burning at the far end of the tap room, and its light reaches across the low ceiling in warm, unsteady waves, casting everything in amber and shadow. You're inside. You stand in the doorway for a moment and simply exist in the fact of being out of the dark and the wet. Behind you, the night. Ahead of you, all of this. It is not elegant. It is not comfortable exactly. Not yet. But it is lit, and it is warm. And the smell of whatever is cooking somewhere in the back of the building is enough to make your entire body lean slightly forward without any conscious instruction from your brain. The tap room is long and low, with ceiling beams so close to the top of your head that taller travellers must have learned, through painful education, to pay attention. Tables are arranged without any particular system along both walls and in the centre of the room. Mismatched chairs and benches pulled up to them in whatever configuration the evening has produced. Every table has a tallow candle or a rushlight, and the combined effect of all of them is a warm, slightly smoky illumination that is almost enough to read by, if reading were something you felt inclined to do, which it is not. The room is perhaps half full. Travellers, most of them, with the look that travellers get after a day on the road, the slightly inward expression of people who are present in body, but whose attention is mostly occupied with the project of recovering. A group of men near the fire, 4 of them, are deep in a conversation that appears to involve a great deal of gesturing at the road outside, which suggests they are either arguing about the state of the coaching routes or telling a story about something that happened on them. Both topics were endlessly popular in coaching inns of this era, as the historian Peter Clark noted in his study of the English alehouse. The roads were terrible. People never stopped talking about how terrible they were. In this sense, nothing has changed. Near the door, a woman of perhaps 50 is eating something from a wooden bowl with the focused attention of someone who's not eaten since morning. She does not look up when you enter. This is normal. In a coaching inn, arrivals are a constant fact of the evening. You're simply the latest in a long series of people who have come through that door looking more or less as you look now, which is to say tired and damp and slightly hopeful. You let the door close behind you. The latch catches with a solid click, and the sound of the road, the wind, the distant bark of a dog, all of it is cut off. The warmth of the room begins to reach you properly now, moving through the wet fabric of your coat in slow degrees. Your fingers, which had gone somewhat theoretical during the last hour of walking, begin to remind you that they exist. At the far end of the tap room, behind a heavy wooden counter that has been scored and stained by decades of use, stands the landlord. He is a broad man, not tall but substantial, with the kind of build that suggests he has been lifting barrels since adolescence and has never entirely stopped. His apron is the colour of something that was probably once white. He's currently occupied with drawing ale from a wooden cask, his attention on the stream of liquid and the pot beneath it, with the careful focus of someone who takes the operation seriously. Which he does. The ale is, in many ways, the point of everything here. He becomes aware of you without looking up. This is a skill that innkeepers develop through long professional practice. This slight shift in the room's draught when the door opens, the particular sound of a new pair of boots on the flagstone floor, these things register. After a moment he does look up, and his expression is not warm exactly, but it is not unwelcoming either. It is the expression of a man who has assessed several thousand travellers across this counter, and can place you correctly or not within the first few seconds. He sets down the pot of ale in front of its waiting owner without looking at it. Then he looks at you. You've arrived at the Crown and Wagon on the evening of the 14th of October, 1743. You're tired and wet and hungry. You need a meal, something to drink, and somewhere to sleep. What you do not yet know is what that last item is going to cost you. Not just in money. He does not smile at you. This is not rudeness. It is simply the professional expression of a man who has learned, through long experience, that smiling at every person who walks through the door is a waste of considerable energy. He will smile if the situation calls for it. The situation has not yet called for it. What he does instead is look at you with the particular thoroughness of someone who is making several calculations at once. He is noting your coat, which tells him something about where you came from and roughly how much money you might have. He is noting your boots, which tell him you've been walking since at least early afternoon. He is noting the pack on your back, which tells him you are travelling alone and on foot rather than arriving with a coach party. He is noting the absence of a servant walking behind you, which tells him a few more things still. All of this takes perhaps 2 seconds. Then he names his price. A bed for the night, supper included, will cost you 1 shilling. This seems, on the surface, like a reasonable number. It is the kind of number that sounds fair until you begin to understand what it actually covers, which is to say less than you are currently imagining and more complicated than a simple transaction between yourself and a mattress. The historian John Sharch, writing about the golden age of the British Inn, noted that by the early 1700s there were somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 inns operating in England alone. They range from grand coaching establishments in market towns with stabling for 30 horses, to roadside operations that were essentially someone's farmhouse with a sign nailed above the door. The Crown and Wagon sits somewhere in the middle of that range, neither grand nor entirely disreputable, which is honestly about the best outcome you could have hoped for on this particular road. 1 shilling then. What you do not yet know is that the 1 shilling covers a space in a bed. Not a bed. A space in one. This is the part of the transaction that the landlord delivers with the flat, practised tone of a man who has explained it many hundreds of times and has long since stopped expecting anyone to be pleased about it. The inn has 4 sleeping rooms upstairs. One of those rooms, the smaller one at the back above the stable yard, is reserved for guests who pay more. Considerably more. Something closer to 3 shillings, which would also get you a fire in the grate, a basin of warm water in the morning, and the theoretical guarantee that you would sleep alone, though even this last point was not always honoured when the inn was full, and a wealthy traveller arrived late and tired and willing to pay for the inconvenience. The room you're being offered for 1 shilling has 3 beds in it. Each of those beds may contain at any given point in the evening more than 1 person. You absorb this information. The landlord watches you absorb it with the expression of a man who has seen every variety of this absorption, from outright indignation to exhausted acceptance, and who has developed over the years a total immunity to all of them. According to travel accounts from this period, guests who showed open displeasure at the prospect of sharing a bed were occasionally described by innkeepers and other travellers as obnoxious and unreasonably fastidious, which is a way of saying that bed sharing was simply a fact of travelling life in 1743, and that finding it objectionable was considered a personal failing rather than a reasonable response to the situation. It was not a new arrangement. By the mid-1700s, the practice had been standard across English inns for at least 2 centuries. Poorer travellers shared beds as a matter of economics, splitting the cost of the space between 2 or 3 people and generating a certain amount of warmth in the bargain, which was not nothing in an October that had turned cold. Beds were charged by the space, not by the person, and a landlord who could fit 3 paying bodies into one mattress was a landlord who understood the mathematics of hospitality. You are not, at this moment, in a position to argue with the mathematics of hospitality. You pay the shilling. The landlord takes it with the smooth efficiency of someone conducting the same transaction for the 15th time today, drops it into the leather pouch at his belt without looking at it, and turns to tear a piece from a loaf of bread sitting on the counter behind him. He hands you this, along with a pottery cup that contains something warm and dark that turns out to be small beer, a very lightly fermented brew that most people in this era drank instead of water. The water was not always safe. The small beer was almost always fine. This was simply how hydration worked in 1743. The bread is dense and slightly sour, made from a mix of wheat and rye that is characteristic of Midlands baking in this period, and it is the best thing you have eaten today. You do not say this aloud because you're too busy eating it. Supper proper will come later, when the kitchen has finished with the larger pots. You're pointed toward a bench along the right-hand wall, near enough to the fire to feel its warmth, but far enough that you are not in the way of the men near the hearth, who appear to have established a kind of informal territorial claim over the best seats through the simple mechanism of having arrived first. You take the bench. You set your pack down between your feet, partly because the floor is the logical place for it, and partly because you have already had sufficient time today to think about what happens if you put it down somewhere, and then it is not where you left it. Inns of this period had a variable relationship with petty theft, not because innkeepers were inherently dishonest, though some were, but because the traffic of strangers passing through a single building in a single night created the kind of anonymous conditions in which small things had a tendency to disappear. A good landlord policed this. Not all landlords were good. From this vantage point, the bench against the right wall, you have a reasonable view of the whole tap room. It is worth looking at carefully. The ceiling is low enough that the smoke from the fire and the candles has nowhere to go except outward, and spreading slowly across the upper part of the room in a thin perpetual haze. It is not choking. It is simply present, the way the smell of wood smoke gets into wool and stays there, so that tomorrow morning your coat will carry tonight with it for some miles down the road. The walls are plastered and painted a dark ochre that might have once been something brighter. There are 3 framed things on the wall near the fireplace. 2 of them are printed notices of some kind. The 3rd is a painted image, dark with age and soot, that might be a landscape or might be a scene from scripture. It is no longer possible to tell. The floor is flagstone, covered in the centre of the room with a scattering of fresh straw that serves the dual purpose of absorbing whatever is spilled on it and providing a slightly softer surface for anyone who ends up sleeping on it. Because some people will. On a busy night, when the beds upstairs are all full and late arrivals are still coming through the door, the floor of the tap room becomes sleeping space. Not comfortable sleeping space, but sleeping space. You're already ahead of some of the people who will walk through that door in the next few hours. The landlord has returned to his position behind the counter. A young woman, 16 or 17, probably his daughter by the resemblance, is moving between the tables with a tray that holds pewter pots of ale, distributing them with the efficient economy of movement that comes from doing the same circuit many hundreds of times. She does not make eye contact with anyone in particular. She does not need to. She knows who needs a refill by some combination of peripheral vision and professional instinct that she will spend the next 30 years refining. Around you, the room continues its business. The conversation at the tables is mostly low, fragmented, the kind of talking that people do when they are tired and warming up and not really interested in saying anything substantial. Someone near the door is reading a newspaper, or at least holding one in the direction of a candle, and moving his eyes across it with the expression of a man who is either reading or doing a very convincing impression of it. The newspaper, if it is this week's edition, has travelled from London on the coach and will have passed through 3 or 4 other pairs of hands before it arrived here. News in 1743 moved at the speed of horses. Your small beer is finished, your bread is finished, your boots are still wet, but the fire is throwing its warmth across the room in long uneven waves, and the worst of the chill is beginning to leave your shoulders, and somewhere in the back of the building there is something cooking that smells like onions and salt pork, and the room around you is full of the low, unremarkable sounds of other people simply existing in the same space. It is not luxury. No one has ever described the Crown and Wagon as luxurious. No one ever will. But outside, the October night has closed in completely now, and the road you were walking 2 hours ago is dark and wet and empty, and you are here, on a bench, with a fire 12 feet away from you, and the promise of supper still to come. The landlord's daughter passes your bench and glances at your empty cup with a quick professional assessment that means she will return with a refill whether you ask for one or not. The shilling, on reflection, was not entirely wasted. The announcement comes without ceremony. The landlord's daughter appears from the back passage that leads to the kitchen, carrying nothing at all, and says something short and flat in the direction of the room. You do not catch every word. You do not need to. The effect on the tap room is immediate. People begin to move. Benches scrape. Cups are set down. The 4 men near the fire conclude whatever argument they have been conducting, and stand up with the resigned practicality of people who have decided that food outranks the conversation, at least for now. Supper is ready. There is no menu. There has never been a menu at the Crown and Wagon, and there will not be one for another century roughly. You eat what the kitchen has made. This is not a limitation so much as a description of how food works here. The cook, a woman you have not seen, and will probably not see, has been working over the open hearth in the back room since mid-afternoon, and what comes out of that process is what comes out of it. You will eat it, and you will be glad, because you have been walking since before noon, and your body has been conducting an increasingly urgent campaign for something solid since around 3 o'clock. The table where supper is served is long, and runs down the centre of a side room just off the main tap room, a room barely large enough to contain it. There are no individual place settings in any meaningful sense. There are wooden boards laid out as plates, pewter spoons, and a 2-pronged fork at each position that looks as though it has been in continuous service since approximately the reign of Queen Anne. The tablecloth is a length of rough linen that has been laundered recently enough to be presentable, and not recently enough to be described as white. This is fine. Nobody here is expecting white. You sit where there is space. This is the entirety of the seating arrangement. The people settling in around you are the same people you have been sharing the tap room with for the last hour, which means you already know their faces without knowing anything else about them. The man across from you has the broad hands and slightly stooped shoulders of someone who works outdoors. The older woman, 2 seats down, is travelling with a younger man who is either her son or a hired companion, and she has the look of someone who has been travelling for several days and has arrived at the philosophical stage of the journey, where discomfort is no longer registered because registering it accomplishes nothing. The man at the far end of the table has a ledger book open beside his board, which suggests he is either a merchant or the kind of person who brings paperwork to supper, and those 2 categories may overlap considerably. And nobody introduces themselves. This is normal. Travel in 1743 did not come with the social obligation of conversation. People at communal inn tables ate, occasionally exchanged practical information about the road ahead, and otherwise kept largely to their own thoughts. The novelist Henry Fielding, writing in this same decade, used English in common rooms as settings, precisely because they were places where people from entirely different worlds briefly occupied the same space without any pretense of lasting connection. You were all in some sense in transit. The table was temporary, the company was accidental, the food arrives in stages, carried by the landlord's daughter with the systematic efficiency of someone managing more requests than she has hands for. First, bread. A large round loaf, dense and dark, set in the middle of the table and left there for people to pull apart as needed. The bread is the same wheat-rye mix you had earlier, and it is still warm from the oven, which is a small but genuine luxury. You tear a piece and hold it for a moment before eating it, partly because it is hot and partly because it smells like something your body has been waiting for all day without knowing how to ask. Then a bowl of pottage, set down near your end of the table. Pottage in 1743 is not the thin grey gruel that people sometimes imagine when they hear the word. It is a thick, heavily reduced broth, built around whatever vegetables the kitchen had in the larder. Onions certainly, probably turnip and leek. Thickened with grain and carrying pieces of salt pork that have been simmering long enough to surrender completely to the liquid around them. It is not elegant. It is filling in the way that only slow-cooked things are filling, the kind of warmth that starts in your stomach and spreads outward methodically, until even your wet boots seem less significant than they did an hour ago. Travel diaries from this period, including those of Celia Fiennes, who rode through England in the 1690s, and John Byng, who wrote extensively about his inexperiences in the 1780s, describe meals at middling English inns that ran consistently to the same core elements. Bread and cheese appeared at almost every table. Mutton was common. Salt pork was ubiquitous. On better evenings, or at better supplied inns, there might be roasted fowl. A piece of boiled beef, or a fruit tart that had been keeping warm on the edge of the hearth. The quality varied considerably from one establishment to the next, and from one evening to the next at the same establishment, depending on what the kitchen had sourced that week and what mood the cook was in. Tonight there is mutton. It arrives on a shallow dish, braised dark and falling off the bone, with a smell that has been drifting from the kitchen for the last 40 minutes, and has been responsible for a significant portion of your anticipation. It is not portioned individually. It is placed in the middle of the table, and people take what they want. This is the custom. You take some. It is very good. You take slightly more than you intended to, which is the universal experience of eating braised mutton after a day of walking. The ale flows steadily throughout. The landlord manages this himself, moving between the side room and the tap room with the rhythm of a man who has calibrated exactly how often a table of tired travellers needs their cups refilled, and has decided the answer is frequently. The ale at the Crown and Wagon is the house brew, made on the premises from local barley, and it is a deep amber colour that in the candlelight looks almost like polished wood. It is stronger than small beer, but not aggressively so. A kind of drink that loosens the shoulders without removing your capacity for thought. The quality of the ale is not an accident. England in the 1740s maintained a system of quality inspection for precisely this substance. Men called ale conners had been officially appointed to visit inns and alehouses for centuries, tasting the product to ensure it met acceptable standards of fermentation and strength. The role had grown somewhat ceremonial by this era, but the principle behind it, that bad ale was a public health matter, and not merely an inconvenience, reflected a genuine reality. Badly fermented beer could produce botulism. Contaminated grain in a brew could cause ergot poisoning, a condition whose symptoms included hallucinations and convulsions. The country ran on ale. Ensuring it was drinkable was, in the estimation of the English government, a reasonable use of official time and resources. The ale conner at the Crown and Wagon has presumably visited recently. The ale is fine. Around you the table settles into the quieter register of people who are eating properly. The conversation that happens is fragmented and functional. Someone asks someone else about the state of the road north of here. The answer is discouraging. Someone else mentions that the coach from Birmingham came through 3 hours late this afternoon, which has been known to happen, which everyone acknowledges with the world-weary nod of people for whom late coaches are a recurring fact of existence rather than a surprise. You eat your mutton. You eat more bread. The older woman 2 seats down eats with a focused concentration of someone who has decided that food is the only thing worth paying attention to right now, and you find this position entirely reasonable and mentally adopt it yourself. The tallow candles on the table have burned down perhaps 1/4 of an inch since supper began. They cast a soft, slightly yellow light over everything. The kind of light that makes faces look warmer and more tired than they might look in daylight, though in this company the tiredness requires no enhancement. The man with the ledger book has closed it. Even the merchant, or whoever he is, has concluded that the accounts can wait until there is better light and a less distracting smell coming from the braised mutton dish. The meal does not end so much as it disperses. People finish at different rates. Some linger over the last of their ale. Others push back from the table with the careful movements of people who have eaten significantly more than they planned and are now conducting a quiet internal assessment of the situation. The landlord's daughter begins clearing the boards from one end of the table with the practiced efficiency of someone who has an exact number of tasks remaining in this evening and is working through them methodically. You stay at the table for a few minutes after finishing, not because there is anything left to eat, but because the bench is comfortable in the relative sense of that word, and the prospect of moving has not yet become more appealing than the prospect of sitting. Your pack is between your feet where you left it. The candle nearest you gutters briefly in a draught from somewhere, and then steadies. The taproom beyond the doorway is still going. Someone has started playing a fiddle, not skillfully exactly, but with a kind of cheerful insistence that suggests the player is enjoying himself regardless of what the audience might think. The low sound of voices has, over the course of the evening, thickened slightly in the way that voices do when ale has been involved for a few hours. Not rowdy, just looser. More willing to take up space. You're not going to sleep yet. The night at an inn of this kind did not run on a fixed schedule, but the general shape of it was understood by everyone in the room. Supper was the middle of the evening, not the end of it. The taproom would keep going for another 2 or 3 hours, thinning gradually as people drifted upstairs or found their corners. The serious business of actually sleeping was still some way off, but the mutton was good, and the ale has done exactly what ale is supposed to do after a long day on a wet road, and the fiddle, for all its lack of precision, is playing something that bounces pleasantly off the low beams and makes the room feel, briefly, like a place where being tired is not the worst possible condition in which to find yourself. You pick up your cup. You're not, at this precise moment, unhappy. The staircase is narrow, built for people who are not carrying as much as you are carrying, and who did not expect comfort to be part of the transaction. The steps are uneven, each one a slightly different height from the last, worn smooth in the centre by 2 centuries of feet going up and coming down and going up again. The wood creaks, not one step, all of them. Each one announces your presence to anyone on the floor above with a different note, so that ascending the staircase of the Crown and Wagon in 1743 is a kind of involuntary performance. A slow wooden scale played by your own weight. You carry a tallow candle. The landlord's daughter handed it to you at the bottom of the stairs with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone distributing tools rather than gifts. It is a short stub of rendered fat in a tin holder, and it produces a circle of warm, trembling light roughly 2 feet in diameter. Beyond that circle, the upstairs hallway is dark in the way that old buildings are dark at night, which is not merely the absence of light, but a kind of active darkness, textured and close. The hallway at the top of the stairs runs perhaps 15 feet, before ending at a wall with a small shuttered window. 3 doors open off it. The first door, the one at the near end, leads to the room you have been assigned. You know this because the landlord told you, and because it is the only door standing slightly open, the others being pulled firmly shut in the universal language of occupied rooms that do not want visitors. You push it open. The room is small. Not aggressively small, but small in the honest way of a space that was designed to contain sleeping bodies and nothing else. 2 low wooden bedsteads are visible in the candlelight, and between them a narrow gap of perhaps 18 inches that serves as both passageway and the entirety of the room's circulation space. There is a 3rd bed pushed against the far wall, lower than the other 2, its frame resting almost directly on the floorboards. A small table near the door holds a basin, empty. The ceiling slopes sharply on one side where the roof line cuts into the room, and the beam running across the centre of it is low enough that you will need to remember it in the dark, which you will not remember until you have already remembered it the hard way. The window is shuttered and latched. The room smells of tallow, old wool, and something else. Something faintly animal and warm. The accumulated breath of everyone who has slept in this room before you, which is a number you could not begin to calculate and probably would not want to. One of the beds is already occupied. A man is lying on his back in the bed nearest the window, still mostly dressed, with his coat folded beneath his head as an additional pillow. He is not asleep. His eyes are open and aimed at the ceiling with the patient. Slightly absent expression of someone conducting the early stages of waiting for sleep to arrive. He registers your entry with a brief sideways glance, and then returns his attention to the ceiling. This is the complete extent of your introduction to each other. It is, under the circumstances, entirely sufficient. You set the candle on the small table, and look at your options. The remaining occupied bed is the middle one, and you take it. The third bed, the low one against the far wall, is either claimed by someone not yet upstairs or available for a third arrival later in the evening. Both possibilities are equally likely. You do not think about this too hard. The bedstead is a simple wooden frame, the ropes strung across it in a tight grid that forms the base for everything above. On top of the ropes sits a straw mattress, a canvas bag packed with dried pea shucks and straw that has been compressed by use into something denser and lumpier than it would have been when new. On top of the straw mattress is a second, thinner layer of something that was probably wool at some point in its history and is now best described as compressed textile. On top of that, 2 blankets, rough and heavy, and a bolster stuffed with what feels, when you press it, like a combination of feathers and something that is definitely not feathers. An 18th century bed of any quality was actually a layered system. As the historian Jane Neerlander has described, a proper construction ran from a rope base up through a straw under mattress, and then a feather-filled top mattress, with pillows and bolsters and blankets above that. The total weight of feathers alone in a well-stuffed upper mattress could reach 90 pounds. What you're lying on is not a well-stuffed upper mattress, but it is not bare boards either, and after the day you have had, the distinction between comfortable and merely horizontal has narrowed considerably. You sit on the edge of the bed and pull off your boots. This takes longer than it should because the boots are still faintly damp and have developed opinions about being removed. You set them on the floor beside the bed and look at them for a moment. They are objectively the worst performing boots you own, and you own 2 pairs. You make a mental note to do something about this, which you will not do. The man across the room shifts slightly, the ropes of his bedstead registering the movement with a slow, resonant groan. The sound settles. The building makes its own sounds beneath that, the tick and settle of old timbers adjusting to the cold outside, the faint creak of the sign on its bracket below the window, the muffled rise and fall of voices from the tap room directly below, which is still going. You lie down. The straw mattress receives your weight with a long, papery rustle, and then goes still. The blankets are heavy in the good way, the way of things that were made to do a specific job, and do it without any interest in being elegant about it. You pull them up. The bolster under your head smells of other people's hair, which is a fact you are aware of and have decided to file under things that are true, but not useful to dwell on. Now. The bedbugs. There is no version of this story that omits the bedbugs, because there is no version of sleeping in an English coaching inn in 1743 that does not include them. They were simply a feature of the landscape, as much a part of the experience as the straw mattress, and the communal blankets, and the sound of the man across the room breathing. The diarist John Evelyn, travelling in an earlier century, once used a bed without changing the sheets out of exhaustion, and wrote afterward that he had paid dearly for his impatience. The consequences he referred to were significant and unpleasant. Bedbugs in this era did not distinguish between humble inns and fine houses. They favoured warm, dark spaces and organic materials, which meant that feather mattresses and wool blankets were, from a bedbug's perspective, ideal real estate. Many of the townhouses being built in London's fashionable squares during this period were reported to be infested before their first residents even moved in. The bugs travelled in furniture, in clothing, in the luggage of guests who had no idea they were carrying passengers. A landlord who maintained reasonably clean beds was doing better than many. A landlord who maintained genuinely clean beds was doing something close to heroic given the tools available. You're not, as you lie there, conducting an inventory of the mattress. This is a deliberate choice. What you're doing instead is listening. The taproom below is thinning. You can tell this not from any single sound, but from the gradual change in the quality of the noise, the way a crowd's sound drops not all at once but in layers. As individuals and small groups peel away from the general warmth of company and begin the process of finding somewhere horizontal. The fiddle stopped sometime in the last hour. Someone, somewhere on this floor, is already snoring with a thoroughness that suggests they have been practicing for decades. The candle on the small table is burning down. It has perhaps 20 minutes left in it, maybe less. When it goes out, the room will be fully dark, with only the faint line of the window shutter to mark the direction of outside. The man near the window has stopped looking at the ceiling. His breathing has changed, deepened, taken on the slow, slightly irregular rhythm of someone who has successfully completed the transition. You listen to it for a moment without meaning to. There is something oddly settling about the sound of another person already asleep. It is a form of evidence. It establishes that sleep, in this room, in this bed, on this particular evening, is possible. The ropes beneath your mattress creak once as you shift your weight. The building settles around you. The voices below have dropped to 2, then 1, then the particular silence that is not quite silence, but the absence of conversation. The sound of a fire burning low and a room emptying out. Your coat is draped over the end of the bed, doing its small best to add to the warmth. Your boots are on the floor, your pack is between the bed frame and the wall, where it will stay until morning. Your wet socks are draped over the bed frame and will be in the morning merely damp rather than wet. The candle gutters, holds, gutters again. The room goes dark. The darkness is complete in the way that darkness without artificial light always is, total and immediate, like something placed over the room rather than something that arrived gradually. The sounds of the building become more present without the visual information to compete with them. The snoring from down the hall, the creak of timber, the faint scratch of something small moving in the wall, a mouse almost certainly, conducting its own nighttime business with no interest in yours. You're in a bed in a coaching inn in the English Midlands. It is October of 1743. You're not comfortable in any way that the word comfortable usually implies, but you are warm, and you are horizontal, and the dark pressing down on the room has the particular weight of a night that has decided to take its time. Your eyes are closed. You wake up, not with a start, not because anything particular has happened. The room is dark and the building is quiet and the man near the window is still breathing in his slow, unhurried rhythm, and there is no obvious reason for consciousness to have returned. But it has. Your eyes are open, your mind is present. You're awake in the complete, ungroggy way that feels nothing like the waking up you do at home, when something woke you, that dragged and disoriented feeling. This is different. This is simply awake. It is by rough estimation somewhere near midnight, perhaps just past it. This is not unusual. This is in fact exactly what sleep looked like for most people in England in 1743, and for most people in most of the Western world going back as far as anyone has been writing things down. The historian Roger Kirsch spent 16 years researching the night in pre-industrial Europe and found more than 500 references scattered across diaries, medical texts, court records, and literature to something called the first sleep and the second sleep. The references were casual, Kirsch noted, written in the tone of people describing something so ordinary it needed no explanation. The first sleep ran from shortly after dark until sometime near midnight. Then came a period of wakefulness, an hour or more, which people called the watch. And then the second sleep, which carried most people through to dawn. Nobody in 1743 considers what you're doing right now to be insomnia. It is simply the watch. The room has settled fully into its nighttime state. The candle stub burned out hours ago. The shutter on the window admits a thin line of cold air and, faintly, the light of whatever moon is up tonight. Not enough to see by, but enough to suggest that outside the building still exists. The man near the window has shifted onto his side at some point, and the third bed, the low one against the wall, is now occupied. You did not hear anyone come in. The door must have opened and closed with enough care that it did not reach you. There is a shape in the third bed, coat pulled up, boots still on from what you can make out in the dark. 3 strangers in one room, all of them somewhere in the hours between first sleep and second, 2 of them still sleeping. You lie on your back and look at the ceiling, which you cannot see. The darkness in the room is the same in every direction, total and without feature. And after a moment of looking at it, your eyes stop trying to find something there and simply rest. This is the particular quality of pre-industrial darkness that most modern people have never experienced. The darkness that comes when there is no ambient light anywhere, no street lamp through a curtain, no standby glow from anything, just dark. It has a weight to it that is not unpleasant. It presses down gently, the way a heavy blanket presses. The building speaks in its own language at this hour. A long, low groan from somewhere in the wall to your right, the sound of a heavy timber contracting in the cold. Then nothing for a while. Then the creak of a floorboard in the hallway, a single step, weight placed and removed. Someone else awake. Someone else in the watch. Padding toward the small window at the end of the hall, or the chamber pot tucked under their bed, or simply standing in the dark for a minute the way people do when they wake at midnight and need to confirm that they are still in the world. Below you, the taproom is silent now. The fire down there has burned to coals. You can feel the faint residual warmth of it through the floorboards, a ghost of the heat that was there 3 hours ago, and the smell of wood smoke still moves through the building in thin currents whenever the draft shifts. The sign outside creaks once on its bracket and is still. People use this hour for many things. E. Kirch's research found references to prayer, to quiet conversation with a bedfellow, to getting up and tending a fire, to sitting and thinking in a way that the busy daylight hours did not allow. Some people use the watch to write, the night being quieter and more private than anything the day offered. A 16th century French physician recorded the opinion that the watch was the best time for conception, his reasoning being that people were rested from the first sleep and more present to the experience than they would have been at the exhausted end of a working day. This observation was passed along in popular medical manuals for more than a century, which suggests that at least some people found it useful. In an inn, the watch takes on a different quality than it would at home. At home, the watch was private. Here, it exists alongside the watches of perhaps a dozen other people, sleeping in rooms along this hall and in the room above and in the kitchen passage where the landlord's family beds down. You are all awake, possibly. Or some of you are, each in your own dark, each doing whatever people do when the night hands them an unrequested hour of consciousness with no particular instructions. You're not doing anything at all. This is also fine. You're lying on your back in a straw mattress in a room that smells of old wool and tallow residue, and the accumulated breath of strangers, and you're thinking about nothing specific. Or rather, you are thinking about the particular collection of small things that the mind assembles when it has been set loose at midnight without an agenda. The road tomorrow, the state of your boots, the taste of the mutton, which was genuinely good and which your stomach is still quietly appreciating. The sound the stairs made on the way up, that long wooden scale played by your own weight. The man near the window shifts again. His ropes creak. He resettles. His breathing changes for a few breaths and then returns to its slow rhythm. He has gone back under. The transition was nearly imperceptible, the kind of easy sliding back into sleep that people had before they started worrying about whether they were sleeping correctly. The figure in the third bed has not moved at all. Whoever came in late came in tired enough that the watch has either not arrived for them yet or passed without register. The cold has deepened slightly, the way October cold deepens after midnight when the last of the day's warmth has left the ground, and the air has nothing left to do but sharpen. The blankets on your bed are doing their job. The rough wool against your chin is scratchy in a way that you stopped noticing about 20 minutes ago. Your feet, which were the last part of you to fully warm, have finally conceded. The mouse in the wall is back, or it never left. It moves with a quick, purposeful rustling, pausing, moving again, conducting its own entirely separate night which runs parallel to yours and intersects with it only in the matter of shared walls. You think about the road. You think about nothing. The ceiling you cannot see is simply there above you, the same ceiling that has been above people lying in this room for the better part of 2 centuries, the same old beam running across it that you will hit tomorrow morning if you stand up too quickly and too far to the left. How many people have lain here in the watch and looked up at this darkness? Drovers and merchants and soldiers and men going to market and men going to court and men going home and men going somewhere they would rather not be going. All of them passing through the crown and wagon the way water passes through a channel, arriving from the road, sleeping, leaving again on the road. The inn does not change. The road does not change. Only the people moving through it change, and even they are largely interchangeable. One tired traveller exchangeable for another, the mattress receiving each new weight and releasing it again with the same patient indifference. This thought is not melancholy, just true, and the watch is a good time for true things. Somewhere in the building a door opens and closes very softly. Outside, the dog in the stable yard stirs. He makes a single low sound that might be a bark beginning to change its mind and goes quiet. A horse shifts in its stall, the leather creak of tack hanging on a nail. You're not sure exactly when the watch ends. That is one of its properties. It does not have a conclusion so much as a dissolving. The thoughts become less sequential. The sounds of the building move from foreground to background and then to somewhere further back still. The darkness stops being a thing you are looking at and becomes simply where you are. The straw mattress is the same as it was an hour ago. The blankets are the same. The room is the same. You are different. The way you are always different at the far edge of the watch. Softer at the edges. Less insistent about the particulars of consciousness. The second sleep is not something you decide on. It is something that decides on you. And it comes now, the way it always comes in October at some point past midnight, unhurried and thorough, moving in from the edges of the dark until there is nothing left but the long, slow drop of it. The building settles once, the mouse is gone or quiet. The road outside holds no one. The latch gives without warning. The hinges announce themselves. The door swings wide enough to let in a rectangle of slightly less dark from the hallway, which is not much light, but enough to destroy whatever quality of darkness has been sitting in the room for the last several hours. The person pushing it has had a long day, followed by a long evening, and has used up whatever reserves of delicacy they started with sometime around the 2nd or 3rd hour in the tap room. You are awake. So is the man near the window. From the sound of it, the ropes of his bed register a shift of weight, a sharp creak, and then the particular stillness of someone who has decided that the most dignified response to this situation is to pretend they are still asleep. The person in the doorway is male, large enough that his shoulders nearly fill the frame, and carrying something, a pack or a coat bundled under one arm. He holds the candle stub he was given downstairs in his other hand, and its light moves with him as he crosses the room, catching in brief flashes the low beam you marked earlier, which he does not mark and does not hit, which seems unfair given the evening he appears to have had. He takes the edge of your bed, not aggressively, not maliciously, simply because it is the nearest horizontal surface, and he needs to sit on something while he removes his boots. And in the spatial economy of this room there are not a great many options. You feel the mattress tilt under his weight, the ropes shifting with a long resonant protest, and then the sounds of a man working his boots off with the grim determination of someone who's been wanting to do this for hours. The boots hit the floor one after the other. The candle is set on the small table. He looks at it for a moment, a man considering whether to blow it out, and then blows it out. The room returns to its proper darkness, though with a new element now, a smell of tallow smoke and outdoor air, and the particular warmth of another body added to the existing arrangement of bodies. The travelling doctor Alexander Hamilton, writing in the 1740s about his journeys through colonial inns, described nights exactly like this one. Rooms where strangers arrived at all hours and settled themselves into whatever space remained with the minimal ceremony that travel demands. It was not comfortable. It was not private. Hamilton recorded lying awake for hours after late arrivals, the noise and presence of other people refusing to let sleep return. He wrote about it with the dry resignation of someone who had accepted that this was simply what travel looked like, and that finding it objectionable was a private problem with no available solution. The large man in your bed is asleep within 4 minutes. This is its own kind of impressive. His breathing fills the room from the first, not delicate breathing, the breathing of a man who weighs what he weighs and has done what he has done today, and is now horizontal and finished with consciousness for the foreseeable future. The man near the window makes a sound that might be a sigh. The figure in the third bed has not moved since you last registered them, which was hours ago now. You lie in the dark and consider the situation. The situation is that you are sharing a bed with a stranger in a room containing 2 other strangers, in a building that has been doing exactly this to travellers for 200 years, and will continue doing it long after everyone currently in this room has become the kind of history that nobody writes down. The straw mattress has redistributed itself around the new weight distribution. The blankets are still yours, or mostly yours, because you are here first and have a reasonable grip on them, and the large man arrived with his coat and does not appear to require them. The cold outside the blankets is real. October in the Midlands at 2 in the morning is not forgiving. The window shutter has developed a faint whistle in the last hour, a thin sound that comes and goes with the movement of air outside. Not enough to be genuinely disruptive, but enough to be present, one more thread in the texture of the night. You are tired. You were tired before the door opened. You are still tired now. The second sleep, which the watch had been moving you toward when the interruption came, is still available. It is simply a matter of returning to the conditions that made it possible, which are not significantly different from the conditions that exist right now, minus one sleeping stranger, which you cannot do anything about. You close your eyes. The large man breathes. The shutter whistles. Somewhere below, the remains of the fire settle in the grate, a soft collapse of ash and cooling coal that sends one brief pulse of heat up through the floorboards and then is still. The building is at its quietest now, this hour past 2, when even the last of the taproom conversation has long since ended, and the road outside holds nothing moving. No coaches on this road at this hour, no horses, just the October dark and whatever the wind is doing to the trees along the hedgerows, which you cannot hear from here but can imagine, the way the mind at this hour fills in the things it cannot directly perceive. Sleep comes back in layers. The body surrenders first, then the surface of the mind, and finally whatever deeper part of you has been noting the sounds of the room and cataloguing the weight distribution of the mattress and monitoring the situation with the faint anxiety of someone sleeping among strangers in an unfamiliar building. That part takes longest, but it goes too, eventually. The night moves through its last hours without further incident. The large man sleeps. The man near the window sleeps. The figure in the third bed has not moved in so long that you have stopped thinking about them as a separate concern and absorbed them into the general settled fact of the room. The mouse in the wall is either gone or finally asleep itself. The shutter whistle fades as the wind drops sometime before dawn, and the room settles into a quiet that is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of things that have finished their business for the night. Something has shifted in the window shutter. The line of outside that has been absolute black for most of the night is no longer quite that. The change is so gradual there is no moment you can identify. The ceiling beam is faintly visible. The bedstead at the foot of the mattress resolves out of the dark. Dawn is arriving with the particular reluctance of an English October dawn, which is to say without any of the dramatic lighting effects that dawn performs in other seasons and latitudes. It simply gets less dark. Slowly. Over the course of a long, grey, ambiguous half hour, the room becomes a room again. The stable yard wakes before the inn does. The sounds come up through the walls and floor, the muffled but present. A horse, then two, the percussion of hooves shifting on stone, the creak of a stable door being pushed open. A man's voice, low and unhurried, saying something to the horses in the tone that people use with animals at this hour. Not quite words, just presence and sound. The dog that barked when you arrived is awake somewhere, moving around the yard with its claws ticking on the cobblestones, circling whatever morning task dogs assign themselves before the day properly begins. The large man is still asleep. He will probably continue to be asleep for some time. His breathing has not changed in hours. He arrived at unconsciousness like a man who had been planning to do it for a long time and intends to get full value from the experience. You are awake, not the sharp, unclear waking of the middle of the night, not the watch with its strange, spacious quality. This is morning waking, which is a different thing entirely, edged and practical, already thinking about the road. Your body has done what bodies do over the course of a night on a straw mattress, which is to identify every pre-existing ache and minor complaint, and file them all as urgent correspondence to be dealt with immediately upon achieving consciousness. Your back, your left knee, which had opinions yesterday and has refined them overnight. This slight, persistent headache that lives behind your left eye and appears whenever you sleep in a room with a tallow candle burning. You lie still for another few minutes. This is not reluctance exactly. It is the calculation that the room is cold in the specific way that rooms are cold at first light when the fire downstairs has been out for hours, and that your coat is at the foot of the bed, and that the coat is warmer than the air you're going to have to move through to reach it. You're performing the ancient arithmetic of morning, which has not changed in any meaningful way since the first person woke up cold and had to decide whether getting up was worth it. It is worth it. It is always worth it. The body knows this even when the mind is still arguing. You push back the blankets and the cold air takes you immediately, efficiently, with no period of adjustment offered. The floorboards are exactly as cold as you expected. Your socks, still draped over the bed frame, are damp in the way that socks draped over bed frames in October are damp, which is to say thoroughly. You put them on anyway because the alternative is bare feet on these boards for longer than you want to contemplate. Your boots are where you left them. They're also still damp. You sit on the edge of the mattress and work them on with the same focused grimness with which the large man removed his last night, which is the universal experience of boots in October, going on and coming off, both requiring more effort than seems strictly necessary. The large man does not stir. The man near the window has turned to face the wall. The room looks different in morning grey than it did last night. Smaller mostly. The things that candlelight made warm and amber are just brown and grey now. The walls, the floorboards, the rough wool of the blankets. The basin on the small table is empty. The spent candle stub is a small white lump on the tin holder. Through the gap in the shutter, the sky's the colour of old pewter, flat and even, with no particular promise about it. You pick up your pack. It is heavier than it felt last night, the way packs are always heavier in the morning than they were the evening before. You settle it onto your back and stand for a moment in the centre of the room, taking a last look at the 3 sleeping shapes you are leaving behind. 3 strangers who spent the night in the same room, in the same air, under the same old roof, and who will scatter in 3 directions this morning without exchanging more than the minimum number of words required by basic courtesy, if that many. The Crown and Wagon received you last night the way it has received everyone who has ever pushed through that door, without warmth exactly, but without cruelty, with the flat professional competence of a building that has been in the business of sheltering people for longer than anyone currently alive can remember. It gave you a fire and a meal and a bed and a roof and the company of strangers, which is all it ever promised and all it has ever delivered. You ease the door open, careful with the latch, and step into the hallway. The stairs descend in their long, uneven scale, each step announcing you on the way down as it announced you on the way up, the same creaking inventory of the building's age. The taproom at the bottom is cool and dim, the fire long dead, the tables bare, the benches pushed back against the walls. The smell of last night is still here, wood smoke and ale and the ghost of the mutton, but thinned now, stripped of the warmth that gave it its particular character. A room after a party is always smaller than the party made it seem. The front door is unlatched. You step out into the yard. The morning air hits you clean and cold, carrying the smell of wet earth and horse and the particular sharpness of an October morning that has been doing its work since before you were awake. The sky to the east has a faint paleness to it that will eventually become sunrise, though it is taking its time. The road beyond the low stone wall is visible now, running away in both directions through the hedgerows, brown and wet, exactly as you left it. Your boots find the mud of the yard immediately. The gate is stiff on its hinges. You lift it slightly as you pull it open, the way you noticed the landlord doing last evening, and it swings free without protest. The road accepts you without ceremony. The inn recedes behind you, its signs still on the bracket, its shutters still closed on the rooms where the large man and the man near the window and the figure in the third bed are still sleeping, or perhaps waking now, each of them beginning their own version of the calculation you just completed. Behind you, the Crown and Wagon sits in the grey morning the way it has always sat, the way it will sit long after this particular October, solid and slightly sagging and indifferent to the specific comings and goings of any individual traveller. You walk. The road is wet and the sky's the colour of old pewter, and your boots are damp and your pack is heavy, and somewhere ahead of you, at the distance that characterises every next destination, there is another town, another road, another evening coming. Your left knee has resumed its correspondence. You ignore it, as you ignored it yesterday, and begin to walk. A crow is making noise somewhere past the tree line. That is the first thing. The hedgerows are doing their own quiet thing, and the cold is doing its thing, and the road stretches out ahead of you through the wet grey of an October morning, with nobody on it but you, and a crow somewhere to the left with strong feelings about the dawn. 200 yards back, give or take, the Crown and Wagon sits in its yard. You have not looked back. But if you did look back, the sign would still be turning on its bracket in the cold morning air. The shutters would still be closed. Smoke would be starting from the kitchen chimney by now, the cook beginning the process of whatever breakfast the morning will produce, the fire that never fully went out being brought back to something more purposeful. The stable yard would be properly awake, the ostler moving between the stalls with the efficient, unhurried rhythm of someone whose morning started 2 hours before yours. The horses fed, the yard swept, the cobblestone still dark with the night's damp. Upstairs, in the room you just left, 3 men are at various stages of waking or still sleeping. The large man who arrived late has not moved. The man near the window is sitting on the edge of his bed doing the same calculation you did an hour ago, looking at his boots with the expression of someone who has made a decision but has not yet acted on it. The figure in the third bed, who you never clearly saw, who arrived after dark and will leave before you learn anything about them, is pulling their coat on. 3 people you spent a night alongside and will never see again. This is the texture of travel in 1743. The historian Peter Clarke, writing about the English alehouse and its role in 18th century life, described the inn as something between a public institution and a private house, a space that existed outside the normal categories of belonging. You were not a guest in any meaningful social sense. You were not a customer in any transactional sense. You were a body in transit, thus temporarily occupying a room in a building whose entire purpose was to absorb bodies in transit and release them again the next morning. Refreshed or not, rested or not, changed only in the specific ways that a night away from home changes a person, which are subtle and not always easy to name. The road bends around the oaks. On the other side of the bend, the midlands open up in front of you, fields running back to a low grey horizon, a church tower in the middle distance with its weather vane just visible, the whole flat, damp October landscape doing what it does, which is to simply be there, patient and entirely indifferent to how long you have been walking through it. Your boots are wet again. The puddle responsible announced itself too late, the way puddles always do on this kind of road. And now the left boot has that particular cold seep working through it that will not improve before noon. You walk. There is a particular quality to walking in the early morning after a night in an inn. Your body has the stiffness of a straw mattress, the specific complaints of having slept on something that did not conform to the shape you preferred, and yet underneath the stiffness there is the simple fact of having been horizontal for several hours, which is better than not having been horizontal. The second sleep carried you somewhere. Not far, maybe not deep, but somewhere. You're not the same person who stood in the taproom doorway last night, unable to feel their fingers and looking at the fire with something close to religious feeling. You are most likely a person who will reach the next town and eat something and feel more or less functional. This is what the Crown and Wagon gave you, not comfort. The word comfort is doing too much work if you apply it to a straw mattress shared with a stranger, in a room that smelled of old wool and tallow and the breath of everyone who had slept there before you. Not luxury, not privacy, not the particular ease of a bed you know in a room you recognise, the specific pleasure of knowing where the window is without having to think about it, and having the blankets behave the way you expect blankets to behave. What the inn gave you was the minimum necessary distance between you and the night outside, and on a road like this one, in an October like this one, that distance is not a small thing. In 1743, on a road that connects towns most people have never heard of, on a cold October night with the hedgerows dark and the puddles invisible, and the distance to the next shelter uncertain, the minimum necessary distance between you and the night outside is exactly the difference between a difficult journey and an impossible one. The Crown and Wagon understood this because inns of this era were built around this understanding. Their entire existence was predicated on the fact that the road was long and the night was cold, and that human bodies had a limited tolerance for both before they needed something horizontal and something warm and something to eat. This is why they lasted. Not because they were comfortable, not because they were welcoming in the way we now use that word, because they were there, because they could be found, because the sign on the bracket turned in the wind and the light came through the shutter gaps and the smell of wood smoke reached you at the bend in the road before anything else did, and your body knew what that meant before your mind had finished processing it. 6,000 to 7,000 inns in England at the start of the 1700s, according to John Sharch, spread along every coaching route, spaced at the intervals that horses and human legs demanded, each one absorbing the same traffic of tired people and releasing them each morning onto the same roads. Most of those inns are gone now. The roads they sat along are either tarmac or footpath or field. These signs that turned on their iron brackets are in museums or rotted to nothing or simply lost. The rooms where people shared beds with strangers are divided up into different configurations or demolished entirely, or converted into the kind of accommodation where you do not share a bed with anyone, and the mattress conforms to your shape, and there is hot water from a tap whenever you want it. The Crown and Wagon will stand for another 40 years after this October morning, before a fire takes the north wing, and the rebuilding changes it into something slightly different, slightly more modern, slightly less itself. By 1850 it will be unrecognisable. By 1920 it will be a memory in a local history pamphlet that 3 people have read. But this morning it is still standing. The sign is still turning. The cook's fire is building in the kitchen, and the ostler is still moving between the stalls, and somewhere upstairs the large man is finally stirring, sitting up in the bed you just vacated, looking at the grey light coming through the shutter, with the particular expression of a man who drank more than he meant to, and slept less than he needed, and has a long road ahead of him. He is you. He is also the man near the window, and the figure in the third bed, and every other body that passed through that room last night and every night before it going back 2 centuries. He is the drover, and the merchant, and the soldier, and the man going to market, and the man going home. He is everyone who ever paid a shilling for a space in a bed, and lay down in the dark among strangers, and listened to the building settle and smelled the old wool and the tallow, and thought about the road tomorrow. The road always comes. Morning always finds the inn empty by degrees, its guests peeling away one by one onto the roads that brought them, until the landlord and his daughter and the cook are the only ones left, moving through the tap room with mops and cloths, resetting the tables, banking the fire for the evening, beginning the long preparation for the next arrival, and the one after that, and the one after that, the endless patient business of being a place where the road stops for the night. Your left knee has gone quiet. It does this sometimes on long roads, after the first half mile. When the body has warmed up enough to stop filing its complaints and gotten on with the business of walking, you're not going to thank it. It will start again by mid-morning. But right now, it is quiet, and the road ahead is visible all the way to the next bend, and the sky has moved from pewter to something fractionally lighter, a grey with a suggestion of direction to it, and the crow in the field beyond the tree line has found something more interesting to do than announce its opinions. You walk, the inn is behind you, the road is ahead. This is how it always ends and how it always begins. The same road, the same cold, the same forward motion that travel requires of a person, the refusal to stop and look back even when looking back might tell you something. The puddles are cold, the hedgerows are wet. The next town is somewhere ahead, at the distance that all next towns occupy, which is always slightly further than you thought and slightly closer than you feared. You walk, and the morning opens round you, slow and grey and entirely indifferent to the night you just had, which was not comfortable and not elegant and not private, but was real in the way that things are real when you have no choice but to be present for them. The Crown and Wagon, a sign on a bracket, a door with a difficult latch, a shilling, a bed. Good night, my potatoes, and until next time, sleep well. So you think you'd like to live in ancient Greece? You've seen the white marble columns, the gleaming statues, the philosophers strolling through sunlit gardens with their robes flowing behind them like they've got nowhere to be and all the time in the world. It looks peaceful. It looks civilized. It looks like the kind of place where you'd spend your afternoon sipping wine, discussing the meaning of life, and gazing out at a turquoise sea. And honestly, some of that is true, but the rest of it, the parts they leave out of the textbooks and the museum exhibits, would catch you completely off guard. Because daily life in ancient Greece was messy, strange, occasionally brilliant and full of details that would make your modern brain do a slow, confused blink. Tonight we're going to walk through what it actually felt like to live there. Not the version with the epic battles and the marble-jawed heroes. The real version. The one with the questionable hygiene, the noisy neighbours, the bread that could crack a tooth, and the genuine everyday weirdness of being a regular person in one of the most celebrated civilizations in human history. Settle in. Get comfortable. This is going to be a long, slow wander through the streets, homes and habits of a world that shaped almost everything you know, even though you'd barely recognise it if you saw it up close. Let's start with the morning, because that's where everything begins, and in ancient Greece the morning began early. Really early. There were no alarm clocks, obviously, but there was a rooster somewhere in your neighbourhood, and that rooster had absolutely no respect for your sleep schedule. The moment the sky started shifting from black to that thin, pale grey before dawn, the rooster would lose its mind, and so would every other rooster within earshot. They'd set each other off like a chain of small feathered emergencies. You'd wake up on something that by modern standards barely qualifies as a bed. If you were reasonably comfortable, not wealthy, just getting by, you'd have a wooden frame with a lattice of rope or leather straps across it, and on top of that, a stuffed mattress. Stuffed with what, you ask? Wool, if you were lucky. Dried grass or leaves if you weren't. The pillow situation was similar. It was a cloth sack filled with whatever soft material was available, and by soft, we're using that word generously. Your bedroom, if you could call it that, was small and dark. Greek houses weren't designed around the idea of large, airy bedrooms with good lighting. They were designed around a central courtyard, and everything else sort of clustered around it like baby ducks following their mother. The rooms along the edges were often windowless, or had only tiny openings near the ceiling. Privacy was a luxury, and most families slept in close quarters. You'd hear your family members breathing, turning over, and occasionally mumbling in their sleep, and that was just the background noise of your life. The first thing you'd do after dragging yourself upright was wash your face. Water came from a basin, filled the night before, and it was cold. There was no plumbing in the way you'd understand it. Wealthy homes might have a simple water channel that fed from a nearby spring or aqueduct, but most people relied on public fountains, so your morning wash was brisk, functional. Not the kind of thing you'd linger over. Getting water, in fact, was one of those chores that structured the entire rhythm of the household. Someone had to go to the public fountain every day, sometimes more than once, carrying large clay vessels called hydrii that were heavy even when empty and significantly heavier when full. This task usually fell to the women and enslaved members of the household, and it was physically demanding work. The fountains were also social hubs, places where people gathered, exchanged news, and kept an eye on one another's business. So fetching water was never just fetching water. It was also catching up on everything that had happened since yesterday. Now, breakfast. This is where ancient Greece starts to diverge sharply from what you're used to. Breakfast wasn't really a meal. It was more of an afterthought. You'd have a piece of bread, and we need to talk about that bread, because it was nothing like the soft, pillowy loaves you know. Greek bread was dense, heavy, often made from barley rather than wheat, because wheat was more expensive. Barley bread had the texture of something that had already given up on being food. It was coarse, flat, and about as exciting as chewing a sandal. But it kept you going, and that was the point. You might dip that bread in some wine. Not the kind of wine you're imagining. Nobody was pouring a nice Merlot at sunrise. This was a rough young wine, often diluted heavily with water. Drinking undiluted wine was considered barbaric, which is one of those fascinating little cultural details that tells you a lot about how the Greeks saw themselves. They believed that mixing wine with water was what separated civilized people from everyone else. So you'd have your bread, your watered-down wine, maybe a few olives or a handful of figs, and that was breakfast. The whole affair took about 5 minutes. The Greeks didn't believe in lingering over the morning meal. There was too much to do. Speaking of things to do, let's talk about what your actual day looked like. And this depended enormously on who you were, because ancient Greece, for all its talk about democracy and philosophy and the pursuit of the good life, was not what you'd call an equal opportunity society. If you were a free male citizen, and that's a very specific category, your day had a certain shape to it. You might head to the agora, which was the central marketplace and public gathering space. Think of it as the town square, the shopping mall, the courthouse, and the coffee shop, all rolled into one dusty, noisy, open-air space. The agora was where business happened, where gossip travelled, where deals were struck, and where you could bump into a philosopher who would corner you with a question about whether justice is real or just a word people use when they want something. The agora smelled like 100 things at once. Fresh fish from the morning's catch, laid out on stone slabs with flies already circling, leather from the tanner's stall, which had a sharp, chemical bite to it, garlic and onions from the vegetable sellers, olive oil, always olive oil, because olive oil was to ancient Greece what electricity is to the modern world. It was everywhere, in everything, and life without it was nearly unthinkable. You cooked with it, cleaned with it, rubbed it on your skin, used it in your lamps, offered it to the gods and traded it for just about anything you needed. If ancient Greece had a smell, it would be olive oil, wood smoke, and the faintly sour tang of bodies that hadn't seen a proper bath in a while. You'd do your shopping, catch up with people you knew, and hear the latest news, which travelled slowly and got more distorted with every retelling, like a game of telephone played across an entire city. Someone might mention that a fleet of ships had been spotted near the coast, and by the time that information reached the other side of the agora, the fleet had tripled in size and was carrying an army of giants. Information in the ancient world was unreliable at best, and people knew it, but they repeated things anyway because that's what people do. If you had a trade, Potter, blacksmith, cobbler, merchant. You'd spend your working hours at it. Greek craftsmen were skilled, and many of them took genuine pride in their work. A good potter might spend years mastering the techniques needed to produce the elegant, thin-walled vessels that we now see behind glass in museums. What you don't see behind that glass is the potter's workshop, a cramped, hot space near the kiln. Clay dust coating every surface. The potter's hands cracked and stained from years of contact with wet earth and fire. Beautiful things came from unglamorous places. Other trades were equally demanding. The blacksmith worked near an open forge, shaping bronze and iron in heat that made the surrounding air shimmer. Tanners soaked animal hides in vats of urine and plant-derived chemicals, a process that smelled exactly as bad as you're imagining and possibly worse. Their workshops were typically located on the outskirts of the city, downwind from everything else, because nobody wanted to live next to a tannery. Weavers, mostly women working at home, spent hours at upright looms, producing the cloth that dressed the entire household. A single garment represented days of labour, from spinning the raw wool or flax into thread to the final weaving. When you put on a chiton, you were wearing someone's patient, repetitive, physically tiring work. Now, here's where we need to address something that a lot of people gloss over. If you were a woman in ancient Greece, particularly in Athens, which was supposedly the cradle of democracy, your daily life was dramatically different, and not in ways that would make you feel good about it. Athenian women, at least those from respectable families, were expected to stay home, not in the casual, comfortable way that implies a choice, in the structured, enforced way that meant your world was largely bounded by the walls of your house. You managed the household, which was a significant job, overseeing food preparation, textile production, the care of children, and the management of any enslaved workers the household owned. You were, in practical terms, the engine that kept the domestic world running. But your contributions were largely invisible to the public world outside. You rarely went to the agora yourself. Shopping for food was usually done by enslaved members of the household or by your husband. If you did leave the house, it was typically for religious festivals, or to visit other women, and even then, you were expected to be accompanied. The idea of a respectable Athenian woman walking alone through the city streets would have raised eyebrows and set tongues wagging. Marriage was arranged, usually by the girl's father, and typically happened when she was around 14 or 15. Her husband was often significantly older. A man in his 30s was a common match for a teenage bride. The marriage was, in legal terms, a transaction between the bride's father and the groom. The bride's consent, while perhaps desired, was not required. She brought a dowry with her, which remained technically her property but was managed by her husband. If the marriage dissolved, the dowry went back to her family. Childbirth was one of the most dangerous events in a woman's life. Without modern medicine, complications that are now routine emergencies were often fatal. Women gave birth at home, attended by midwives and female relatives, with limited recourse if something went wrong. Infant mortality was high, and the grief of losing a child was a familiar, recurring presence in many women's lives. The emotional weight of this, the constant awareness that pregnancy could take your life or your baby's, is something that rarely makes it into the glamorous versions of Greek history. But it was as much a part of daily reality as the sunshine and the olive groves. This wasn't universal across all of Greece, though. In Sparta, things were remarkably different. Spartan women had more freedom, more physical training, and more public presence than their Athenian counterparts. They exercised outdoors, owned property, and were generally expected to be strong, outspoken, and capable of managing estates while the men were away, which, given Sparta's military obsession, was most of the time. Spartan women could inherit land, and by some estimates, they eventually controlled a significant portion of Sparta's wealth. The contrast between Athens and Sparta on this point is one of those reminders that ancient Greece wasn't a single, monolithic culture. It was a patchwork of city-states, each with its own customs, laws, and ideas about how life should be lived. Let's talk about the house itself, because the Greek home was a fascinating, strange little world. If you were somewhere in the middle class, and using that term loosely, because the economic structures were quite different from what we'd recognise, your house was built from mud, brick and timber, with a tile or thatched roof. From the outside, it wasn't much to look at. Greek homes didn't advertise their interiors. The exterior walls were plain, often windowless at street level, and the front door opened into a narrow hallway that led to the courtyard. The courtyard was the heart of the home. Open to the sky, it let in light and air, and it served as the main gathering space. You might have a small altar there for household religious observances. The Greeks were remarkably devout in their domestic lives, making regular offerings to household gods and spirits. A little splash of wine poured on the altar, a pinch of incense, a murmured prayer. These weren't grand ceremonial occasions. They were woven into the fabric of daily routine, as habitual and unremarkable as brushing your teeth is to you. The floors were usually packed earth, though wealthier homes might have stone or even simple mosaics. Furniture was minimal by your standards. A few wooden chairs or stools, a table, storage chests, and the beds we've already discussed. There were no closets. Your clothes, and you didn't own many, were kept in chests or hung on pegs. The kitchen, if you could call it that, was often just a corner of the courtyard with a portable clay brazier for cooking. Chimneys didn't exist in most homes, so smoke just drifted up and out through the open courtyard or seeped through gaps in the roof. On still days, the interior could get hazy and your eyes would sting. One thing that might surprise you is how dark the interior rooms were. Without glass windows, they used wooden shutters or oiled cloth coverings at best. The rooms off the courtyard were dim even during the day. At night, the only light came from oil lamps, which were small ceramic dishes with a wick floating in olive oil. They gave off a soft, warm glow, but not much of it. The corners of rooms stayed in shadow. Reading by lamplight was possible, but not comfortable, and it's worth noting that most people didn't read anyway. Literacy wasn't as widespread as we sometimes imagine. A working-class Greek might recognise some letters and manage basic inscriptions, but sitting down with a scroll of Homer was a pleasure reserved for the educated few. The bathroom situation deserves its own moment, and you should probably brace yourself. Indoor plumbing, in any meaningful sense, didn't exist for ordinary people. If your home had a latrine, it was usually a simple pit in a corner of the property, sometimes screened by a low wall. There was no flushing mechanism. Waste was dealt with manually, often carried out and dumped. Public latrines existed in some cities and were communal affairs, long stone benches with holes cut into them, lined up side by side with no partitions. You'd sit there, doing your business, right next to your neighbour, who might be doing the same while carrying on a perfectly casual conversation about the olive harvest. Privacy, as a concept attached to bodily functions, simply wasn't part of the cultural vocabulary. And speaking of hygiene more broadly, bathing was valued, but the infrastructure for it was limited for most of Greek history. Public bathhouses became more common over time, but for much of the classical period, a bath meant heating water over a fire and pouring it into a tub or simply washing at a basin. The wealthy might have a dedicated bathing room, everyone else made do. Soap, as you know it, didn't exist. The Greeks cleaned themselves with olive oil and the strigil, that curved scraping tool we'll talk about more later, which was effective but not exactly luxurious. The result was that people smelled like people, and the ambient scent of any crowded space was earthier and more human than anything you'd encounter in a modern city, unless you wandered into a packed subway car in August. Now let's step outside your home and into the streets, because the Greek city was its own sensory experience. The streets were narrow and unpaved in most neighbourhoods. After a rain, they turned to mud. In the dry months, they were dusty and baked hard by the sun. There were no streetlights, no sidewalks, and no traffic laws. Donkeys, carts, pedestrians, and the occasional herd of goats all shared the same cramped lanes, and the negotiation of right-of-way was an informal, sometimes loud affair. The smell of the streets is something the history books tend to skip over. Animal dung was everywhere. Household waste sometimes ended up in the street too, despite regulations that tried to prevent it. Tanneries, dye works, and fish curing operations added their own pungent contributions to the air. On a hot afternoon, walking through certain neighbourhoods required a strong stomach and a short memory, but the streets were also alive in a way that's hard to capture in writing. People called out to each other from doorways, vendors shouted about their wares, children darted between legs playing games with stones or hoops. Music drifted from somewhere, a lyre being plucked, someone practicing a melody. Dogs. There were always dogs. Trotted along looking opportunistic and slightly underfed. The Greek city was loud, chaotic and deeply human. If you needed to get somewhere in a hurry, you walked. There was no public transportation. Wealthy people might ride a horse or use a donkey, but most movement was on foot, and the distances within a Greek city were manageable. Athens, at its peak, was a city of perhaps 250,000 people, large by ancient standards but compact by ours. You could walk from one end to the other in under an hour, and most people's daily lives played out within a much smaller radius. The city also had its quieter corners. Gardens and sacred groves provided patches of green within the urban landscape. The area around a temple might be planted with trees and maintained as a kind of park. The academy, where Plato taught, was set in a grove of olive and plane trees outside the city walls, a shady, pleasant spot where the conversation could unfold at its own pace, away from the noise of the agora. There was something about the combination of shade, moving air, and the scent of warm earth that seemed to loosen people's tongues and sharpen their minds, or at least the Greeks thought so. Let's circle back to food, because meals are one of those things where you really feel the distance between then and now. The Greek diet was simple, and by simple, I mean that most people ate the same handful of things day after day with relatively little variation. Bread was the foundation. Barley bread for ordinary folks, wheat bread for those who could afford it. On top of that, you'd have what the Greeks called opson, the stuff you ate with your bread. This was usually something like cheese, olives, onions, garlic or beans. If you lived near the coast, you might get fish, which was a treat. Meat was rare in the daily diet. It was expensive, and most of the meat that ordinary people ate came from religious sacrifices. Animals were killed at temples. The choice parts were offered to the gods, burned on the altar with the smoke rising up to heaven, and the rest was distributed to the community. So eating meat was often a communal, semi-religious experience, rather than a Tuesday night dinner. Lentil soup was a staple, thick, hearty, flavoured with herbs and olive oil. It was the kind of food that stuck to your ribs and didn't ask much of your wallet. The Greeks ate a lot of figs, both fresh and dried. Grapes, obviously, apples, pears and pomegranates when they were in season. Honey was the primary sweetener. Sugar wouldn't arrive in the Mediterranean for centuries, and the Greeks used it in everything from cakes to medicine. Cheese was important too, particularly goat and sheep cheese, which was sharper and tangier than the mild cow's milk cheeses most people eat today. Cheese could be stored, transported and eaten without much preparation, making it an ideal food for travellers, soldiers, and anyone who didn't have time to cook. A chunk of cheese, a fistful of olives, and a piece of barley bread. That was a meal you could eat with one hand while walking to the next town. One thing that might strike you about the Greek diet is what was missing. No tomatoes. Those came from the Americas thousands of years later. No potatoes, no corn, no peppers, no citrus fruits, which wouldn't become common in the Mediterranean until the Arab expansion centuries after the classical period. No rice, no pasta in its modern form, no chocolate, no coffee, no tea. The flavour palette was narrower than what you're used to, built from olive oil, vinegar, honey, garlic, herbs like oregano and thyme, and a fermented fish sauce called gyros that was pungent, salty, and apparently addictive once you acquired the taste. Think of it as the Greek equivalent of ketchup. It showed up on everything, and people had strong opinions about which version was best. Dinner was the main meal, eaten in the evening after the day's work was done. For men, this could mean a symposium, a drinking party that was part social gathering, part intellectual salon, and part excuse to get thoroughly drunk. The symposium had rules and rituals. Guests reclined on couches arranged around the room, food was served on small tables, and wine was mixed in a large communal bowl called a crater. A symposiarch, essentially a master of ceremonies, decided the ratio of water to wine and set the pace of drinking. The conversation could range from philosophy to poetry to gossip to absolutely nothing of substance, depending on how far into the evening things had gotten. Women, with a few notable exceptions, were not part of the symposium. Their dinner was eaten separately in the domestic quarters. This separation of social space was one of the defining features of Greek household life, and it shaped the way men and women experienced the world in fundamentally different ways. Now, religion. This is an area where modern assumptions can really lead you astray. The Greeks didn't experience religion the way most people do today. There was no holy book, no central church, no weekly service where everyone gathered to hear a sermon about proper behaviour. Greek religion was woven into every corner of daily life in ways that were both more casual and more pervasive than what you're probably used to. The gods were everywhere. Not metaphorically, the Greeks genuinely believed that divine beings inhabited the landscape. Every spring had its nymph. Every grove might shelter a god. The sea belonged to Poseidon, the sky to Zeus, and the underworld to Hades. When you poured a little wine on the ground before drinking, you were offering a libation to the gods. When you sneezed and someone said the equivalent of "bless you," there was a real sense that something spiritual had happened. When a thunderstorm rolled in, that wasn't just weather. That was Zeus making a point. Temples were the most visible expression of religious life, and they were genuinely impressive. But here's something that surprises a lot of people. You didn't go inside the temple to worship. The temple was the god's house, literally. The statue of the deity lived inside, and ordinary people generally stayed outside. Sacrifices and prayers happened at altars in front of the temple, in the open air. The temple interior was off limits to most people most of the time, tended by priests and priestesses who managed the god's property and affairs, and those statues, the ones we picture as elegant white marble, were actually painted, brightly painted. The austere, pale sculptures we see in museums have simply lost their colour over the centuries. In their original state, they were vivid, sometimes almost garish, with painted eyes, reddened lips, gilded accessories, and coloured garments. Walking into a Greek temple wouldn't have felt like walking into a minimalist art gallery. It would have felt more like stepping into a space that was deliberately overwhelming, designed to make you feel the presence of something far larger and more powerful than yourself. And the gods themselves, this is important, were not moral exemplars. They didn't represent goodness or virtue in any straightforward sense. They were powerful, capricious, jealous, lustful, petty, and occasionally generous. They played favourites. They held grudges. They fell in love with mortals and then abandoned them. The relationship between humans and gods in Greek religion was less about faith and obedience, and more about negotiation and appeasement. You made sacrifices and offerings because you wanted the gods to look kindly on you, or at least to leave you alone. It was, in its own way, a very practical arrangement. Superstition ran deep, and it went far beyond the official Olympic gods. People wore amulets and charms to ward off the evil eye. They consulted oracles before making important decisions. They paid attention to omens, the flight of birds, the behaviour of animals and unusual weather patterns, and interpreted them as messages from the divine. Before a journey, you might sacrifice a small animal and examine its entrails for signs of favourable or unfavourable outcomes. This wasn't considered strange or backward. It was just how you gathered information about the future, the way you might check a weather forecast before a road trip. Festivals were the high points of the religious calendar, and they were also the closest thing the Greeks had to holidays. Every city had its own cycle of festivals. Athens alone had over 120 days of religious observance each year. These ranged from solemn processions to boisterous, wine-soaked celebrations that went on for days. The Dionysia, honouring the god Dionysus, included theatrical performances, which is how Greek drama was born, not as entertainment for its own sake, but as a form of worship. When you went to see a play by Sophocles or Euripides, you weren't just going to the theatre, you were participating in a religious act. The two things were inseparable, and that blend of the sacred and the artistic was one of the most distinctive qualities of Greek culture. The Panathenaea, the great festival of Athens honouring the goddess Athena, was an especially grand affair. Held every 4 years in its most elaborate form, it featured athletic competitions, musical contests, and a magnificent procession that wound through the city and up to the Acropolis. Citizens, foreign residents, and even freed enslaved people all participated. Animals were sacrificed on a massive scale, and the meat was distributed to the entire city. It was, in the truest sense, a community event, one of the rare occasions when the divisions of class and status were, if not erased, at least temporarily softened by the shared experience of celebration. Let's talk about something that made the ancient Greek world go round in ways that are deeply uncomfortable to think about: slavery. It's impossible to paint an honest picture of daily life in Greece without confronting this, and it needs to be said plainly. The Greek economy, the Greek household, and Greek society as a whole depended on the labour of enslaved people. Estimates vary, but in Athens during its golden age, somewhere between 1/4 and 1/3 of the population may have been enslaved. They worked in homes, in workshops, in mines, on farms, and in public services. Some were prisoners captured through conflict. Others were born into enslavement. Some were purchased from traders who moved human beings around the Mediterranean the way other merchants moved pottery or grain. The conditions of enslavement varied enormously. A household worker in a wealthy Athenian home might live in reasonable physical comfort, while a labourer in the silver mines at Lorient worked in brutal, life-shortening conditions underground. Some enslaved people in Athens were given a degree of autonomy. They might run a shop or workshop on their master's behalf, keep a portion of their earnings, and eventually purchase their freedom. Others had no such opportunity. What makes this particularly difficult to reconcile is that the same society that produced democracy, philosophy, and some of the most enduring ideas about human freedom and dignity also ran on the labour of people who were denied all of those things. The philosophers knew about this tension. Aristotle famously tried to justify slavery by arguing that some people were naturally suited to it, an argument that tells you more about the limits of even brilliant minds than it does about the nature of human beings. Others, to their credit, questioned the practice, but questioning didn't lead to abolition. The institution persisted throughout the entire span of Greek civilization. It's worth sitting with that discomfort, because it tells you something true about how complex and contradictory human societies can be. The Greeks gave the world extraordinary gifts of thought and art and governance. They also kept human beings in chains. Both things are true, and neither one cancels out the other. Now, let's shift to something lighter. Let's talk about how people spent their leisure time, because the Greeks absolutely valued leisure. In fact, the Greek word for leisure, schol, is where we get the English word school, which tells you something about how the Greeks understood the purpose of free time. It wasn't about relaxation in the way you might think of it. It was about using your unoccupied hours for activities that developed the mind and body. Leisure was supposed to make you a better person. Physical exercise was a central part of Greek life, especially for men. The gymnasium, gymnos, meaning naked, because that's exactly how they exercised, was a public institution found in every city of any size. Men and boys went there to run, wrestle, throw the discus and javelin, and practice various other athletic activities. They did all of this without clothing, which was simply the norm and carried none of the awkwardness it would in a modern gym. They oiled their bodies before exercise and scraped the oil, sweat and dirt off afterward, using a curved metal tool called a strigil. The scrapings, interestingly, were sometimes collected and sold as a folk remedy for various ailments. Whether it actually cured anything is another question entirely, but people bought it, which tells you something about the state of ancient medicine. The gymnasium was also a place for intellectual activity. Philosophers often held their discussions in or near gymnasia. Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum were both associated with gymnasia, so the space where you went to get sweaty and wrestle someone to the ground was also the space where someone might ask you whether the soul is immortal. The Greeks didn't draw a sharp line between physical and mental cultivation, the way modern culture sometimes does. A well-rounded person was expected to train both. The great athletic festivals, the Olympics, the Pythian Games, the Nemean Games, and the Isthmian Games were highlights of the Greek calendar. The Olympics, held every 4 years at Olympia, drew competitors and spectators from across the Greek world. During the Games, a sacred truce was declared, and participating city-states were expected to cease any ongoing conflicts. Athletes competed for honour and glory, not cash prizes. The reward was an olive wreath, and the knowledge that your name would be remembered. And it was remembered. Victors became celebrities, celebrated in poetry and song, sometimes granted free meals for life by their home cities. Athletic glory in ancient Greece wasn't just personal achievement, it was civic pride made flesh. Board games were popular too. The Greeks played various games with dice, counters, and boards, though the exact rules of most of these games have been lost. They also played a game that involved flicking wine dregs at a target, a symposium party game called Kotabos that combined drinking with competitive aim. It was messy, loud, and apparently endlessly entertaining after several cups of mixed wine. The stains on the walls and furniture afterward were considered an acceptable cost. Music was deeply embedded in Greek life. The lyre and the aulos, a double-reeded pipe that produced a rich, sometimes haunting sound, were the most common instruments. Music accompanied religious ceremonies, drinking parties, athletic events, and theatrical performances. Children learned music as part of their education, and the ability to sing or play was considered an essential social skill, not a specialised talent. Imagine a world where being unable to carry a tune was roughly as embarrassing as being unable to read an email is today, and you'll get the idea. Education, since we've touched on it, deserves a closer look. If you were a boy from a family with even modest resources, you'd begin some form of schooling around age 7. You'd learn reading, writing, arithmetic, music, and physical training. Your teacher, the grammatistas for reading and writing, was usually not well paid or highly respected. Teaching was not a prestigious profession. It was, in fact, sometimes viewed as the kind of job you ended up in, when you couldn't do anything more impressive. Writing meant learning to form letters on wax tablets using a pointed stylus. You'd scratch your letters into the soft wax surface, and when the tablet was full, you'd smooth the wax flat and start over. It was the ancient equivalent of an erasable whiteboard, and it worked well enough. For more permanent writing, you'd use ink on papyrus, but papyrus was expensive and not wasted on a child's homework. Mathematics education covered basic arithmetic and some geometry. The Greeks had a complex relationship with mathematics. On one hand, they revered it as a path to understanding the fundamental structure of reality. Plato reportedly had a sign over the door of his academy, reading something to the effect of, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter." On the other hand, practical mathematics, accounting, measurement, the kind of math used in daily commerce, was considered beneath the dignity of a true intellectual. The Greeks loved the beauty of abstract mathematical proof, but weren't always interested in using math to build things or count money. That distinction between the theoretical and the practical ran through a lot of Greek thought, and it explains why a civilization that could produce brilliant geometers also struggled with basic engineering problems that the more practically minded Romans would later solve without breaking a sweat. Girls, in most Greek cities, received little or no formal education outside the home. They learned domestic skills from their mothers, weaving, cooking, and household management, and any literacy they acquired was usually informal. Sparta once again was the exception, where girls received physical training alongside boys, though the specifics of their intellectual education are less clear. Higher education, for those who pursued it, was a matter of attaching yourself to a philosopher or a school of rhetoric. If you wanted to learn to argue persuasively, an essential skill in democratic Athens, where citizens had to speak for themselves in court and in the assembly, you'd study with a rhetorician. If you wanted to explore deeper questions about the nature of reality, knowledge, and the good life, you might seek out a philosopher. These weren't formal institutions with admissions offices and graduation ceremonies. They were more like apprenticeships, built on personal relationships between teacher and student, and the quality of what you got depended entirely on who you studied with. Medicine in ancient Greece was a peculiar mix of genuine insight and spectacular wrongness. On one hand, the Greeks produced Hippocrates, who is justly credited with helping to move medical thinking away from purely supernatural explanations toward observation-based practice. The Hippocratic tradition emphasized careful examination of the patient, detailed record-keeping, and a recognition that diseases had natural causes rather than being punishments from angry gods. On the other hand, the dominant medical theory for centuries was the idea of the four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Health depended on keeping these four substances in balance, and illness was the result of an imbalance. The treatments that flowed from this theory included bleeding, purging, special diets, and various herbal remedies, some of which were helpful, and many of which were not. If you went to a Greek doctor with a headache, you might receive sensible advice about rest and diet, or you might be told that your black bile was dominant and that the cure involved drinking a mixture that would make the headache seem like a minor inconvenience compared to what happened next. Surgery existed but was limited. Greek surgeons could set broken bones, drain abscesses, and perform basic wound care. They understood the importance of cleanliness to some degree, though the germ theory of disease was millennia in the future. Anesthesia was a cup of strong wine and a leather strap to bite on. Pain management was, to put it gently, underdeveloped. Dentistry was rudimentary. Toothaches were treated with herbal pastes, and extraction was a last resort performed with iron forceps. The Greek diet, which was relatively low in refined sugar, meant that tooth decay was less common than it would become in later centuries, but it still happened, and when it did, the options were limited. Mental health was understood in terms of the same humoral framework. Depression was attributed to an excess of black bile. The word melancholy literally comes from the Greek words for black bile. Treatment might include changes in diet, exercise, music therapy, which was actually quite a sophisticated idea, or travel. The Greeks recognised that environment and lifestyle affected mental well-being, which was a genuine insight, even if their explanations for why were built on a foundation that wouldn't survive modern scrutiny. There was also a tradition of healing temples, most notably those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of medicine. People who were ill would travel to these sanctuaries and undergo a ritual called incubation, sleeping overnight in the temple in the hope that the god would visit them in a dream and reveal a cure. Whether the cures worked is debatable, but the placebo effect is powerful, and the combination of rest, clean air, a change of scenery, and the genuine belief that divine help was at hand probably did more good than some of the medications being prescribed elsewhere. Sometimes the best medicine is simply being in a place that makes you feel like things might get better. Let's talk about something the Greeks excelled at in ways that still reverberate today: the life of the mind. Because whatever else you can say about ancient Greece, and you can say plenty, both good and bad, the intellectual culture was extraordinary. Athens, in particular, during the 5th and 4th centuries before the Common Era, produced a concentration of brilliant thinkers that is almost impossible to explain. Socrates, who never wrote a word but changed philosophy forever through the simple, relentless act of asking questions. Plato, his student, wrote dialogues that are still read and argued about today. Aristotle, Plato's student, who turned his attention to everything: biology, logic, ethics, politics, physics, and poetry, and produced a body of work so vast and so influential that it dominated Western thought for nearly 2,000 years. But philosophy wasn't just an activity for professionals, it was part of the cultural air. Ordinary Athenians were exposed to philosophical ideas through the theatre, through public speeches, and through conversations in the agora. The big questions: what is justice? What is the good life? What do we owe each other? How should a city be governed? Weren't confined to the lecture hall. They were topics of public debate, discussed by citizens who had a direct stake in the answers because they were the ones making the decisions. Athenian democracy, for all its limitations, gave ordinary men, and only citizens, which was a small fraction of the total population, a reason to think carefully about political and ethical questions, because those questions had immediate, practical consequences. The theatre was another arena for intellectual and emotional exploration. Greek tragedies tackled the biggest themes imaginable: fate, duty, love, suffering, the relationship between humans and gods, and they did so with a power and complexity that still resonates. When you watched a tragedy by Aeschylus or Sophocles, you weren't just being entertained. You were being asked to sit with difficult, unresolvable questions about what it means to be human. And you were doing this alongside thousands of your fellow citizens, all of you experiencing the same emotions together, in the same space, under the same open sky. Comedy, meanwhile, was the release valve. Aristophanes wrote plays that were rude, political, absurd, and absolutely hilarious. Nothing and nobody was off limits. Politicians, philosophers, gods, the audience themselves. If tragedy asked you to feel deeply, comedy asked you to laugh at everything, including yourself. The combination of the two, the serious and the ridiculous, the profound and the profane, was quintessentially Greek. Let's slow down for a moment and think about what it felt like to experience the natural world as an ancient Greek. Because this is one of those areas where the gap between then and now is both enormous and quietly beautiful. You lived in a world without artificial light pollution. When the sun went down and the oil lamps were extinguished, the darkness was complete. And in that darkness, the sky put on a show that almost no living person in the developed world has ever truly seen. The Milky Way wasn't a faint smudge you could barely make out from a dark campsite. It was a river of light pouring across the sky, so bright and dense that it looked almost solid. The Greeks called it Galaxias Kyklos, the Milky Circle, and from that word we get galaxy. Every night, if the sky was clear, you could look up and see thousands of stars with your naked eye, each one sharp and distinct. The constellations so vivid that it was no wonder people saw figures and stories written in them. The Greeks mapped those stars. They named the constellations. They tracked the movements of the planets, which they called wandering stars because they moved against the fixed background of the night sky in ways that seemed purposeful and mysterious. They built sophisticated models of celestial motion, some of which were remarkably accurate. Aristarchus of Samos even proposed that the Earth orbited the Sun, nearly 2,000 years before Copernicus. He was largely ignored because the idea seemed counterintuitive and the available evidence wasn't strong enough to overcome common sense. But the fact that someone arrived at that conclusion through observation and reasoning alone is quietly astonishing. The seasons mattered in a way that's hard to appreciate if you live in a climate-controlled world. Summer in Greece was hot, genuinely, aggressively hot, and the pace of life adjusted accordingly. People rose earlier, rested during the hottest part of the afternoon, and did their socialising in the cooler evening hours. Winter brought cold rain, shorter days, and the occasional frost, particularly in the northern and mountainous regions. The agricultural calendar dictated the rhythm of the year, ploughing in autumn, sowing in late fall, the anxious wait through winter, and the harvest in late spring and summer. A good harvest meant comfort and security. A bad one meant hunger and worry. The margin between plenty and scarcity was thinner than most modern people can easily imagine. The relationship with the sea was another defining feature of Greek life. Greece is a country of coastlines, islands and harbours. The sea was a highway, a food source, a boundary, and a source of constant low-level anxiety. Sailing in the ancient world was dangerous. Ships were small, navigation was imprecise, and storms could appear with little warning. Every family with ties to the sea knew someone who hadn't come home. The sea gave generously and took without warning, and the Greeks respected it accordingly. Poseidon wasn't just a character in a myth. He was the force that decided whether your husband, your father, or your son made it back alive. The landscape itself, rocky, mountainous, dotted with olive groves and vineyards, cut through with narrow valleys, shaped everything about Greek civilization. The mountains made overland travel difficult, which is why the city-states developed as independent entities rather than uniting into a single nation. Each valley, each coastal plain, each island became its own small world, with its own government, its own customs, and its own fierce sense of identity. When an Athenian met a Corinthian, they weren't compatriots. They were foreigners, with different accents, different calendars, and different opinions about nearly everything. Let's talk about clothing, because this is one of those areas where simplicity doesn't mean what you think it means. Greek clothing was, on the surface, uncomplicated. The basic garment was the chiton, a rectangular piece of cloth, usually linen or wool, draped around the body and fastened at the shoulders with pins or brooches. Over this you might wear a himation, a larger piece of cloth that served as an outer wrap, something like a cloak. That was essentially it. No buttons, no zippers, no tailored seams, just fabric, folded and pinned. But within this simplicity there was enormous variation. The quality of the cloth mattered immensely. Fine linen, soft and light, dyed in rich colours. Saffron yellow, deep crimson, Tyrian purple announced wealth and status as clearly as any modern designer label. Ordinary people wore undyed or simply dyed cloth in muted tones. The way you draped your himation communicated something about your character and social position. A carefully arranged drape suggested refinement. A carelessly thrown himation suggested either poverty or deliberate indifference to social convention, which in certain philosophical circles was actually a point of pride. Shoes were leather sandals for outdoor wear, and many people went barefoot indoors. Socrates famously went barefoot everywhere, in all weather, which his contemporaries found eccentric but also somewhat admirable, in the way that people sometimes admire discomforts they themselves would never volunteer for. Laundry was a genuine labour. Clothing was washed by hand, often by trampling it in water mixed with a cleaning agent. That cleaning agent was sometimes lye, sometimes a type of clay called fuller's earth, and sometimes, and this is one of those details that makes you pause, aged urine, which was an effective source of ammonia. Urine was collected for this purpose, and if you think that sounds unpleasant, you'd be right, but it worked, and practicality has always been more persuasive than squeamishness. Jewellery was worn by both men and women, though women wore more of it. Rings, bracelets, earrings, necklaces and brooches were made from gold, silver, bronze and semi-precious stones. Greek goldsmiths were remarkably skilled, producing delicate filigree work, tiny animal figurines, and intricate patterns that still look impressive under a magnifying glass today. Jewellery served as personal adornment, as a marker of status, and as portable wealth. In a world without banks, wearing your savings had a practical logic to it. Let's ease into the evening now, because the way a Greek day wound down had its own particular rhythm. As the sun dropped toward the horizon, the pace of the city began to slow. Shops closed, the agora emptied. The heat of the afternoon, and Greek summers could be brutally hot, the kind of heat that pressed down on you like a wool blanket, began to loosen its grip. This was the time for the main meal of the day. In a modest household, dinner might be that lentil soup we mentioned, or bread with cheese and olives, eaten around a low table in the courtyard as the sky turned from gold to deep blue. The family ate together, though the social dynamics of who sat where and who was served first reflected the hierarchies that structured Greek domestic life. If you were a man of some means and social standing, the evening might bring an invitation to a symposium. You'd head to the host's home, where the andron, the men's dining room, typically the most decorated room in the house, would be prepared with couches, low tables, and garlands of flowers. You'd remove your sandals at the door, wash your hands, and recline on a couch, leaning on your left elbow. The first part of the evening was devoted to food, not a lavish feast usually, but something more than the daily fare. Fish, perhaps, or roasted meat, accompanied by bread, vegetables, and sauces. Then the tables were cleared and the drinking began. The crater was filled. The symposiarch set the water-to-wine ratio, and the evening unfolded at its own pace. There might be entertainment, a musician, a poet reciting verses, a guest who had a good story to tell. There might be intellectual discussion, the kind that started with an interesting question and ended up somewhere nobody expected. There might also be competitive drinking, increasingly loud singing, and the sort of behaviour that, in the clear light of morning, you'd prefer not to remember in detail. The symposium was, in its best form, one of the great social institutions of the ancient world, a space where ideas circulated freely, where friendships were formed and tested, and where the Greek love of conversation and argument found its fullest expression. In its less elevated form, it was a bunch of men getting drunk and making a mess. Both versions happened regularly, sometimes in the same evening. Now, let's think about what it was like to grow old in ancient Greece. Because aging, like so many aspects of Greek life, was a complicated experience shaped by factors that were partly universal and partly specific to the culture. Life expectancy was shorter than what we're used to, though the numbers can be misleading. The average life expectancy was somewhere around 35 to 40 years, but that figure is heavily skewed by infant and child mortality. If you survived childhood, and that was a significant if, you had a reasonable chance of living into your 60s or even 70s. The Greeks recognised old age as a distinct phase of life and had mixed feelings about it. On one hand, age brought experience, wisdom, and a certain authority within the family and community. Elders were respected, their opinions carried weight. On the other hand, the Greeks were keenly aware of the physical toll of ageing, and they didn't romanticise it. Greek poetry is full of laments about the loss of youth, beauty, and strength. The culture placed enormous value on the physical body, on beauty, on athletic prowess, on the vitality of youth, and watching those things fade was experienced as a genuine loss, not just a minor inconvenience. Growing old in a culture that worshipped youth and beauty required a certain kind of resilience, a willingness to find meaning and purpose in qualities that didn't depend on strong legs and smooth skin. Family was the primary safety net for the elderly. There were no pensions, no retirement homes, and no social security system. If you could no longer work, you depended on your children, particularly your sons, to support you. This was both a social expectation and, in Athens at least, a legal obligation. Children were required by law to care for their aging parents. In return, parents had the satisfaction of knowing that the family they'd built and maintained would carry them through their final years. Death, when it came, was met with elaborate ritual. The body was washed and dressed, usually by the women of the household, and laid out on a bier for a period of mourning called the prothesis. Friends and family came to pay their respects, and there was wailing and lamentation, public expressions of grief that were both genuine and formalised. The funeral procession, or ekphora, carried the body to the burial site before dawn. Burial and cremation were both practised, depending on the period and the region. Grave goods, pottery, jewellery and personal items were placed with the deceased, intended to accompany them into the afterlife. The Greek afterlife, it should be said, was not an especially cheerful prospect. The underworld, ruled by Hades, was imagined as a dim, shadowy place where the dead existed as pale reflections of their former selves. The great hero Achilles, speaking from the underworld in Homer's Odyssey, reportedly said he'd rather be a living labourer than the king of all the dead. It wasn't punishment exactly. The Greeks reserved true punishment for exceptional wrongdoers, but it wasn't paradise either. It was just a diminished version of existence, going on and on in the half-light. The Greeks faced death not with the promise of eternal reward, but with the understanding that life, for all its difficulties, was the main event, and everything after was an afterthought. Before we begin to wind down, there's one more thing worth talking about, and that's the Greek relationship with the concept of xenia, hospitality. Because this was more than just good manners. It was a sacred obligation enforced by Zeus himself in his role as the protector of guests and travellers. If a stranger showed up at your door, dusty, tired, hungry, you were expected to welcome them in, feed them, give them a place to wash and rest, and only then, once they were comfortable, ask who they were and where they were going. Asking too soon was rude. Turning someone away was worse than rude. It was an offence against the gods. The logic behind this was partly practical. In a world without hotels or reliable inns, travellers depended on the hospitality of strangers, and partly moral. The Greeks believed that how you treated the powerless said something fundamental about your character. In return, guests were expected to behave with gratitude and restraint. Don't overstay your welcome. Don't make a mess. Don't try to seduce your host's spouse. These expectations were codified not in law but in custom, and violating them could bring serious social consequences and supposedly divine retribution. The whole system only worked because both parties held up their end of the arrangement, and for the most part, they did. Xenia was one of the invisible threads that held Greek society together, a shared understanding that human beings owed each other something simply by virtue of being human. It's a lovely idea, and it worked about as well as any system based on trust and goodwill ever does, which is to say, imperfectly, but better than having nothing at all. Let's take a final walk through the city as the night deepens. The streets are quiet now, or nearly so. Most of the oil lamps have been extinguished and the city has settled into darkness. A dog barks somewhere, probably at nothing. The sound of the sea, if you're near the coast, provides a low, steady pulse beneath everything else. Up above, the stars are doing their ancient, unhurried thing. The same constellations that you can see from your bedroom window, or could, if the streetlights weren't in the way, are hanging there in the Greek sky, impossibly bright. Orion is striding across the heavens. The Pleiades are clustered together like a handful of scattered seeds. The Greeks looked at these same stars and saw hunters, bears, heroes and gods. They told stories about them that have survived for nearly 3,000 years, which is a kind of immortality that even Achilles might have envied. In the house, the family is settling in for the night. The children have been put to bed, their small bodies curled on the simple mattresses. The fire in the courtyard has burned down to embers, giving off a faint warmth and a soft reddish glow. Someone has placed a blanket over the old clay brazier to bank the coals for morning. The house smells like wood smoke, olive oil, and the faintly sweet scent of dried figs stored in a basket near the kitchen. You lie down on your bed, the rope frame bed with the wool-stuffed mattress, and pull a woolen blanket over yourself. It's not the most comfortable arrangement you can imagine, but it's warm enough, and after a long day of work and conversation and walking through the dusty streets, your body is ready for rest. The wool is slightly scratchy against your skin, but in a familiar way, the kind of minor discomfort that you stopped noticing years ago, the way you stop hearing the ticking of a clock that's been on your wall long enough. The house creaks once, the wood contracting as the night air cools, and then it's quiet. Tomorrow will look a lot like today. The rooster will crow, the bread will be dense, the agora will hum with commerce and gossip. The philosophers will ask their unanswerable questions. The gods will watch from their high places, inscrutable and unpredictable as ever. The sea will sparkle in the morning light, beautiful and dangerous in equal measure, and you'll get up and do it all over again, because that's what life is, not the grand, dramatic version that gets carved into marble and preserved for posterity, but the small, daily version that's made up of meals and conversations and tired feet and familiar faces, the version that nobody writes epic poems about, but that matters more than anything else because it's the version that's actually real. The Greeks understood this, even if they didn't always say it out loud. For all their love of heroes and gods and grand ambitions, they also knew that the good life, the truly good life, was built from ordinary materials. A well-tended household, a conversation with a friend, a cup of wine at the end of a long day, the sound of your children sleeping in the next room, the smell of bread baking in the early morning, even if that bread was going to be dense enough to use as a doorstop. These are not the things that make it into the history books, but they are the things that made ancient Greece a real place, inhabited by real people who worried about the same things you worry about, whether the harvest would be good, whether their children would be all right, whether they were living the way they were supposed to be living. And on that quiet note, with the stars turning slowly overhead and the Mediterranean breeze moving through the courtyard, the ancient Greek day comes to its end. The oil lamp flickers once, twice, and then goes dark. You close your eyes. The world is old and strange and full of things you'll never fully understand. But for now, in this small house, in this small city, in this brief window of time between one mystery and the next, everything is exactly as it should be. Sleep well, and there you have it. A day in the life of someone who actually lived in ancient Greece. Not the polished museum display version, but the real one, with all its dust and oil and noise and beauty. A world that was alien in so many ways, and yet, in the ways that matter most, not so different from your own. The bread was terrible, the beds were hard, the streets smelled like exactly what you'd expect streets without a sanitation department to smell like. But the sky was magnificent. The conversations were worth having, and the olive oil was exceptional. The Greeks built something remarkable, not just the temples and the theatres and the philosophical traditions, but a way of being in the world that took the raw material of human experience and tried, with genuine effort and imperfect results, to make something meaningful out of it. They didn't always succeed. They were wrong about a lot of things, and some of the things they were wrong about caused real harm to real people. But they tried. They asked the big questions. They looked up at the stars and wondered. And thousands of years later, under the same stars, you're still wondering too. Which is, when you think about it, one of the nicest things anyone has ever inherited. Good night. Off the southern coast of Korea, where black volcanic rocks meet turquoise waters, generations of women have descended into the ocean with nothing but their breath and their will. This is the story of the Henya, the sea women of Jeju Island, whose lives were shaped by tides and seasons, by the rhythm of breathing and the ancient pull of the deep. You wake before dawn on Jeju Island in the spring of 1958. The room is cool and dark. Outside your window, the wind moves through the twisted branches of tangerine trees. You can hear the ocean already. It never really stops making noise on this island. Even when the surface looks calm, there is always the sound of water meeting stone. Your grandmother is already awake in the kitchen. You can smell the barley tea she's brewing. The scent mingles with the salt air that seeps through every gap in the stone walls. This house has stood here for 3 generations. Your grandmother dove these waters. Your mother doves these waters. Now you are learning. You're 16 years old and your fingers still ache from yesterday's work. The calluses are forming slowly on your palms. Each day in the water makes them a little thicker. Your mother says this is good. She says soft hands cannot grip the slippery rocks where the abalone hide. She says the ocean teaches your skin to be strong before it teaches your lungs. You dress in layers even though it is spring. The water is always colder than you expect. You pull on cotton undergarments, then the loose work clothes that you will dive in today. Later, at the beach, You will add the thin wetsuit. It is made of rubber and smells like the sea and like the sun. It smells like every hen ewe who has ever worn it before you. Your grandmother brings you a bowl of warm soup, miokguk, seaweed soup made from the wakame that your mother harvested last week. The broth is rich and salty. You eat slowly, feeling the warmth spread through your chest. This is important. You learned early that a warm body holds its heat longer in cold water. Your mother appears in the doorway. Her face is weathered from decades of sun and salt. Her hair, still black despite her 40 years, is already tied back in preparation. She looks at your bowl and nods. She does not need to speak. You have been doing this long enough now to know the routine. You finish your soup and rinse the bowl. Your grandmother packs rice balls wrapped in dried seaweed. These will be your lunch, eaten on the rocks between dives. She adds dried squid and pickled radish. She moves slowly but with certainty. She's packed these same foods 1,000 times before. The sky is turning grey when you step outside. Not the grey of storms, but the soft grey that comes before sunrise. The stars are fading. To the east, over the ocean, the horizon glows with the promise of light. You walk with your mother down the narrow path toward the sea. No one speaks much at this hour. No one speaks much at this hour. The work ahead requires focus. The beach is not sandy. Instead, black rocks slope down into the water. They are smooth in places where the waves have worn them down. In other places they are sharp and jagged. You learned to read these rocks when you were small. You learned which ones will hold your weight and which ones will shift beneath your feet. Your mother's bultuk is already there. This is the shared stone shelter where the hen ewe change clothes and warm themselves between dives. Smoke rises from the fire pit in the centre. Some of the older women have already arrived. They tend the fire and prepare their equipment. You bow to the elders. They nod in return. One of them, a woman named Grandmother Kang, has been diving for 60 years. Her hands are gnarled like driftwood, but they move with precision as she checks her net bag. She has pulled more abalone from these waters than anyone can count. Your mother helps you with your diving suit. The rubber is stiff from the cold night air. You work your legs into it, then your arms. The seal around your neck is tight. It has to be. Even a small gap will let the cold water rush in against your skin. You strap the tiwak to your waist. This is your flotation device, a round orange buoy made of gourd and net. It will float on the surface while you dive below. Your harvest bag will hang from it. When you need to rest, you will hold on to it and breathe. Your mother hands you your bichang. This is your diving tool, a flat metal blade attached to a short wooden handle. It looks simple, but it is everything. With this tool you will pry abalone from rocks. You will cut sea cucumbers free. You will dig for octopus in the crevices where they hide. The other women are ready now. There are 12 of you this morning. 3 are grandmothers, women in their 60s and 70s who still dive every day. 4 are in their middle years, like your mother. 3 are younger women in their 20s and 30s. And then there are you and 1 other girl both still learning the depths. Grandmother Kang walks to the water's edge. She bows to the ocean. This is not a religious gesture exactly, though there is reverence in it. It is more like a greeting between old acquaintances. The ocean gives and the ocean takes. Today you hope it will give more than it takes. You wade into the water behind your mother. The cold hits your feet first, then your calves. Even through the rubber suit you feel it. The shock of it makes you want to gasp, but you learned not to do that. You breathe slowly and evenly. You let your body adjust. When the water reaches your waist, you push off and begin to swim. The towak trails behind you, bobbing on the surface. Around you, the other women are swimming too. You spread out across the rocky shallows, each heading to her preferred diving spot. Your mother has been working the same area for 20 years. She knows every rock formation, every underwater cave, every place where the current runs strong or weak. She knows where the abalone cluster in summer and where they move in winter. This knowledge cannot be written down. It can only be learned by diving again and again until the ocean floor becomes as familiar as your own kitchen. You follow her to a spot about 30 metres from shore. The water here is about 5 metres deep. This is where you will start. Later, when you are more experienced, you will dive to 8 metres, then 10, then 12. Grandmother Kang still dives to 15 metres at the age of 73, but that will come with time. Your mother takes 3 deep breaths. On the 3rd breath, she fills her lungs completely and ducks beneath the surface. You watch her legs kick once, twice, and then she's gone into the green water. You count in your head. She'll be down for about 90 seconds. You float on the surface, holding your tiwak. The sun is rising now. The light slants across the water, turning it from grey to green to blue. You can see the rocks below, covered in seaweed that sways with the current. Small fish dart between the stones. Your mother surfaces with a burst of breath. This is the sound all Henya make when they resurface. Sumbit. It is a low whistle, a controlled exhale that signals the release of held air. It sounds almost like a sigh, almost like relief. You hear it echoing across the water as the other women surface and dive. She opens her net bag and drops in 2 sea urchins. Not a big catch for a first dive, but 'tis early yet. The good finds will come later when you settle into the rhythm. Now it is your turn. You take your 3 breaths. On the 3rd, you fill your lungs until they press against your ribs. You bend at the waist and kick down. The water closes over your head. The sound of the world changes instantly. Above the surface there is wind and waves and the calls of seabirds. Below there is only the muffled sound of water and your own heartbeat in your ears. You kick downward, following the angle of the rocks. The pressure builds in your ears. You learn to equalize this pressure by swallowing, by adjusting the air in your head. It becomes automatic after a while. The bottom is closer than you expected. Your hands touch the rocks and you steady yourself. The current here is gentle this morning. You can feel it pushing at your back, but not strongly. You look around. The underwater landscape is covered in life. Green and brown seaweed forests sway like trees in wind. Pink coralline algae clings to the rocks. Small crabs scuttle sideways into crevices. This is a garden that no one plants, but everyone tends. You spot a sea cucumber wedged between 2 rocks. It is fat and brown and covered in soft spines. You work your bitchang beneath it and pry it loose. It comes free with a gentle tug. You tuck it into your waist bag and keep searching. Your lungs are beginning to feel the strain now. Not pain yet, but awareness. You've been down for about 40 seconds. You have another 30, maybe 40 seconds before you need to surface. You see movement in a shadowed crack, something dark and round. You reach toward it carefully. Octopus can be tricky. They can squeeze into impossibly small spaces. They can also grip with surprising strength. But this is not an octopus. It is a large turban shell, its spiral surface encrusted with small barnacles. This is a good find. Turban shells are prized for their sweet meat. You work it free from the rocks and add it to your bag. Your chest is tightening now. It is time. You push off from the bottom and kick toward the light. The surface seems farther away than it should be. This is the trick of diving. Going down feels quick. Coming up always feels slower. You break through into air and exhale. Sumbit. The sound comes naturally now, though you remember how strange it felt when you first learned it. You gulp in fresh air, feeling your lungs expand fully again. The oxygen feels like cool water after a long thirst. You hold onto your tiwak and rest. This is important. You learned not to rush from dive to dive. The body needs time to recover. The blood needs time to carry oxygen back to the muscles. Rushing leads to mistakes. Mistakes in the ocean can be dangerous. Your mother surfaces a few meters away. She has caught an abalone. You can see its dark shell glistening in her hand before she drops it into her net bag. Abalone are the most valuable catch. They are also the hardest to find and the hardest to harvest. They cling to rocks with a powerful muscular foot. You need strength and skill to pry them free without damaging them. You dive again, and again, and again. The rhythm becomes everything. Breathe, dive, search, surface, rest. Breathe, dive, search, surface, rest. Your body finds its own timing. Your lungs learn how much air they can hold. Your muscles learn how to move efficiently in the water. The sun climbs higher. The water warms slightly, though it is never truly warm here. Even in summer, the ocean around Jeju Island stays cool. The currents bring cold water up from the depths. This is why the sea life is so rich. The cold water carries nutrients that feed the algae, which feed the small creatures, which feed the larger ones. By mid-morning, your catch bag is getting heavy. You've collected a dozen sea urchins, 5 turban shells, 3 sea cucumbers, and 1 small abalone. Your mother has caught twice as much, but you are learning. Each day you get a little faster, a little more efficient, a little better at spotting the telltale shapes among the rocks. You notice Grandmother Kang swimming toward shore. This is the signal. It is time for the mid-morning break. The other women begin to follow. You swim back with your mother, towing your tewak and its heavy load. On the beach, the fire in the bultek is burning hot. Someone has added fresh wood while you were diving. The heat feels glorious after hours in the cold water. You peel off your diving suit and hang it to dry. The air on your skin feels strange after being sealed in rubber for so long. The women gather around the fire. They compare catches and share news. One of the younger women has found a particularly large abalone. She is praised for her sharp eyes. Another woman warns about a strong current on the east side of the diving grounds. Everyone nods and makes note of this. Information about the ocean is shared freely among the Henyu. Your success does not diminish mine. The sea is vast enough for all. Your grandmother has sent lunch, and you unwrap your rice balls. The seaweed wrapper is slightly damp from the salt air. The rice inside is still warm somehow. You do not question this magic. You simply eat, grateful for the fuel. The women tell stories as they eat. Grandmother Kang talks about the time she saw a sea turtle, huge and ancient, gliding through the water like a dream. Another woman describes finding a ceramic jar on the ocean floor, probably lost from a fishing boat decades ago. These stories are part of the tradition. They are how knowledge is passed down. They are how the young learn what to watch for and what to wonder at. Someone makes a joke about a lazy husband who sleeps while his wife works. The women laugh. The laughter is warm and knowing. On Jeju Island, the women have always worked the sea while the men worked the land or fished with nets from boats. This created a unique social structure. Women earned money. Women made decisions. Women held power in ways that were unusual in traditional Korean society. Your mother is quiet during the laughter. She has been a widow for 5 years now. Your father died in a fishing accident when his boat capsized in a sudden storm. You remember the day the news came. You remember your mother's face still and silent as stone. She went diving the next day, and the day after that. The ocean took your father, but it also feeds you. This is the bargain. After lunch, you rest in the sun. Your body is tired in a good way. Your muscles ache from swimming and diving. Your skin tingles from the salt and the sun. You close your eyes and listen to the women talking, their voices mixing with the sound of the waves. But the rest is short. There is still work to do. The tide is changing and the afternoon diving will be different from the morning. Different currents mean different diving spots. The Henyu read the ocean like farmers read the sky. You pull your diving suit back on. It is dry now and easier to manage. You check your bichang to make sure the blade is still sharp. You retie your net bag to your tewak. Everything must be ready before you enter the water again. The afternoon session is harder. Your lungs are tired from the morning dives. Your muscles are slower to respond. But this is when you learn endurance. This is when you learn that the body can do more than the mind thinks it can. You dive to a new area, following your mother to deeper water. Here the bottom is 7 meters down. The pressure is greater. The time you can stay down is shorter, but the rewards are better too. Larger abalone live in deeper water. More sea cucumbers cluster in the darker crevices. On your 5th dive of the afternoon, you see something that makes your heart race. An octopus, big and rust-coloured, stretching its tentacles across a rock. It is the largest one you have ever seen. It must weigh 4 or 5 kilograms at least. You know you should not try to catch it alone. Octopus are strong and smart. They can fight back. They can wrap their tentacles around your arm and refuse to let go. But the desire to prove yourself is strong. You want to surface with this catch. You want the other women to see. You approach slowly. The octopus sees you and begins to change colour, darkening to match the rocks. You reach out with your bichang, trying to hook it and pull it free. The octopus grabs the blade with 2 tentacles. You pull, it pulls back. Your lungs are starting to burn now. You have been down for almost a minute, but you do not want to give up. You yank hard on the bichang. The octopus comes loose from the rock, but it does not let go of your tool. Instead, it climbs up the handle toward your hand. This is when you realise your mistake. You are running out of air and you are tangled with an angry octopus. The tentacles reach your wrist, then your forearm. The suckers grip your skin. It does not hurt exactly, but the sensation is alarming. You do the only thing you can do. You let go of the bichang and kick hard for the surface. The octopus keeps your tool and sinks back toward the rocks. You break through into air, gasping, your heart pounding. Your mother surfaces nearby. She has seen everything. Her eyes are stern, but there is something else there too. Understanding, maybe. Or memory. She probably did something similar when she was your age. She dives down and retrieves your bichang. The octopus has abandoned it and retreated into a crevice. When she surfaces, she hands you the tool without a word, but her expression says what words do not need to. Learn from this. The ocean teaches through experience. Sometimes those lessons are gentle, sometimes they are not. You dive again, more carefully now. Your pride is bruised, but your body is fine. The octopus incident has taught you something valuable. Patience is more important than boldness. Wisdom matters more than courage. The afternoon wears on. The sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. The light changes, becoming golden and soft. The water takes on new colours, shifting from blue to amber. Grandmother Kang is the first to call it a day. She's strong, but she's also wise. She knows when her body has had enough. The others follow gradually. You and your mother are among the last to leave the water. Back at the Bulltock you count your catch for the day. 18 sea urchins, 7 turban shells, 5 sea cucumbers, and 2 abalone. It is not as much as your mother caught, but it is more than yesterday. Progress is measured in small increments. The women prepare to go home. They load their catches into baskets and nets. Some will sell their harvest at the market tomorrow. Others will trade with neighbours. Some will keep the best pieces for their own families. You walk home with your mother as the sun sets. Your legs are heavy, your arms are tired, but there is satisfaction in this exhaustion. It is the tiredness that comes from honest work, from a day spent in pursuit of something real. At home, your grandmother has prepared dinner. More soup, this time with fish and vegetables. You eat hungrily, barely tasting the food. Your body needs fuel, and you give it what it asks for. After dinner, you help your mother prepare tomorrow's equipment. You check the diving suit for tears. You sharpen the bichang on a whetstone. You mend a small hole in the net bag. These evening tasks are as much a part of diving as the diving itself. Your mother teaches you how to test the rubber seal on your suit. She shows you how to feel for weak spots that might let water in. She demonstrates the proper angle for sharpening the blade. These lessons are detailed and specific. They are the accumulated knowledge of generations. When the work is done, you sit with your grandmother by the kitchen fire. She's old now, too old to dive, but her mind is sharp. Would make your teeth chatter so hard you thought they might break. She tells you about diving through winter storms, when the waves were so high that even reaching the diving grounds was dangerous. She speaks of the years of Japanese occupation, when the Henyu were forced to give up much of their catch to feed the colonial administration. But she also tells you about the beauty she has seen. The underwater caves filled with dancing light, the days when the water was so clear you could see 30 metres in any direction, the time she swam alongside a dolphin that seemed curious about this strange diving woman. These stories fill you with a strange mixture of feelings, pride in this tradition you're joining, awe at the strength of these women, uncertainty about whether you can live up to their example, but mostly, beneath it all, a quiet determination to try. You fall asleep that night with the sound of waves in your ears. In your dreams, you're underwater, but instead of struggling for breath, you find that you can breathe the sea like air. You swim deeper than you have ever gone, down to places where the light fades to blue darkness. Strange fish swim past, paying you no mind. The ocean floor is carpeted with treasures, waiting to be discovered. When you wake, it is dark again. Another day of diving awaits. Your muscles are stiff from yesterday's work, but they will loosen once you're in the water. This is the rhythm of your life now. Sleep and wake, dive and surface, work and rest. It is a simple pattern, but within that simplicity there is room for mastery. The seasons turn and you turn with them. Summer arrives with heat that makes the volcanic rocks shimmer. The water warms to temperatures that would feel merely cool instead of cold. The diving gets easier in some ways and harder in others. Your body does not tire as quickly from fighting the chill, but the summer brings tourists and boats and distractions. Japanese tourists come to Jeju Island to watch the Henyu dive. They stand on the shore with cameras and notebooks. They are fascinated by these women who descend into the sea with such casual mastery. Some of the older Henyu perform for them, making exaggerated sumbit sounds and holding up their catches for photographs. The tourists pay for this entertainment and the money is welcome. But you and your mother do not dive for tourists. You dive in the early morning before they arrive, or in the evening after they have returned to their hotels. The work is the same whether anyone watches or not. Your skills improve through the summer. You can now hold your breath for 2 minutes if the dive is shallow and calm. You have learned to move efficiently underwater, conserving energy and air. You can spot abalone from meters away by the slight difference in texture on the rocks. One morning in July, your mother tells you it is time to try deeper water, 8 meters instead of 7. This might not sound like much difference, but each additional meter changes everything. The pressure increases, the darkness increases, the time you can stay down decreases. You follow her to a new diving spot farther from shore than you have ever worked before. The water here is a deeper blue, almost purple in the early light. You can see the bottom, but it looks distant and somehow more serious. Your mother dives first, showing you the technique. She does not kick frantically. Instead, she uses long, smooth strokes. She descends at an angle, following the slope of the rocks. This conserves energy. When she surfaces, she has caught a large abalone. She shows it to you before putting it in her bag. The shell is as big as your hand. This is what waits in deeper water for those brave enough to seek it. You take your breaths and dive. The descent feels longer than usual. Your ears protest at the pressure, and you have to equalize 3 times before reaching the bottom. The current is stronger down here. You can feel it pushing at you, trying to move you off course. You search the rocks, working quickly because you know your air will not last as long at this depth. The abalone here are larger, just as your mother promised, but they are also fewer and harder to spot. You work your way along a rock face, peering into shadows and crevices. Then you see it. A massive abalone, bigger than any you have caught before. Its shell is dark green and encrusted with pink algae. It clings to an overhanging rock in a position that makes it difficult to reach. You wedge your bitchang under its shell and pry. The abalone holds tight. You pry harder, using both hands now. Your lungs are starting to burn. You have been down for about 90 seconds. You should surface. But the abalone is right there, so close. You give one final yank and the abalone comes free. The sudden release throws you slightly off balance. You kick to stabilise yourself and then head for the surface, the abalone clutched in your hand. When you break through into air, you make the loudest sumbit of your life. The relief of breathing again is overwhelming. but so is the triumph. You hold up your catch and your mother nods her approval. This is a turning point. After this dive, the deeper waters become your regular territory. Each week you push a little deeper, a little longer. By the end of summer, you're regularly diving to 9 meters. 10 is within reach. The catch gets better as your skills improve. Some days you bring home enough to fill 2 baskets. Your grandmother sells the surplus at the market, and the money helps buy rice and barley and cooking oil. You're contributing to the household now in real measurable ways, but summer also brings storms. Typhoons sweep up from the south, churning the ocean into chaos. On these days, no one dives. The women gather in the bulwark and mend nets, repair equipment, tell stories. The forced rest is frustrating but necessary. The ocean demands respect, and typhoons are her way of reminding you who is in charge. During one particularly fierce storm, you watch the waves crash against the black rocks with terrifying force. Water explodes upward in white spray that reaches higher than the roofs of houses. The wind howls like something alive and angry. You think about what would happen to a diver caught out in this. The thought makes your stomach tight with fear. Your grandmother watches you watching the storm. She says something you will remember for the rest of your life. The ocean is not cruel, and it is not kind. It simply is. You can work with it, or you can work against it. One of these choices leads to a long life. Autumn arrives with cooler air and migrating fish. The water temperature drops and you go back to wearing thicker rubber suits. The tourists leave. The island returns to its quieter rhythms. This is when the hen ewe harvests seaweed. The autumn growth is thick and healthy. You learn to cut wakame and kelp, leaving enough behind so it will grow back next year. This is the sustainable practice that has kept these waters productive for centuries. Take what you need, but never more. Leave seed for tomorrow. The work changes your body in ways you notice gradually. Your shoulders broaden from the swimming. Your legs become powerfully muscled from all the kicking. Your hands develop calluses so thick that you barely feel the sharp edges of rocks anymore. You're becoming a henya, not just in skill, but in form. The other young divers watch your progress. Some are jealous, some are encouraging. One girl named Sunja becomes a friend and informal rival. You push each other to dive deeper, stay down longer, catch more. This competition makes both of you better. Sunja is fearless in ways that sometimes worry you. She takes risks that seem unnecessary. She dives in rough conditions when others stay ashore. She chases octopus with reckless determination. But she's also generous and funny. She makes the work feel less like labour and more like adventure. One afternoon, Sunja challenges you to a diving contest. You can catch the most sea urchins in 1 hour. The older women laugh at this youthful competition, but they do not discourage it. They remember being young. They remember the need to test themselves. You accept the challenge. The hour passes in a blur of diving and surfacing. You lose count of how many times you go down. Your arms ache from the repetitive motion. Your lungs burn from the constant breath holding. But you do not want to quit because Sunja shows no signs of quitting. When the hour ends, you count your catches. Sunja has 63 sea urchins. You have 61. She wins, but barely. You are both too exhausted to care much. You lie on the rocks laughing at your own foolishness. The older women shake their heads, but you can see them smiling too. As winter approaches, the diving becomes truly difficult again. The water temperature drops below 10 degrees Celsius. Even with thick suits, the cold seeps into your bones. The winter dives are shorter because your body cannot maintain heat for long. But winter also brings the best abalone season. The cold water makes them grow larger, and their meat becomes sweeter. The market price goes up. The hen ewe who brave the winter waters can earn significant money. Your mother decides you're ready for winter diving. This is both an honour and a test. Winter separates the committed from the casual. Many younger divers stop when the water gets this cold. They wait for spring, but you have come too far to stop now. The first winter dive is shock beyond anything you expected. The cold hits you like a physical blow. Your muscles seize. Your breath catches. For a moment you consider swimming back to shore and giving up. But then you see your mother diving beside you, calm and steady as always. If she can do this, so can you. You force yourself to take controlled breaths. You make yourself relax into the cold instead of fighting it. Gradually your body adjusts. It never becomes comfortable, but it becomes bearable. You learn tricks for managing the winter cold. You eat more food before diving to fuel your internal heat. You spend longer warming by the fire between dives. You move more slowly underwater to conserve energy. These small adjustments make the difference between success and suffering. One morning in December, you surface from a dive to find snow falling. White flakes drift down onto the dark water, dissolving the moment they touch the surface. The contrast is beautiful and surreal. You are in the ocean in winter while snow falls from the sky. This is your life now. By the end of your first year as a working henya, you have changed in ways that go beyond the physical. You carry yourself differently. You speak with more confidence. You have found a kind of strength that does not announce itself but simply exists, quiet and sure. Your grandmother sees this change and approves. Your mother sees it and says nothing, but her silences have always been her way of expressing pride. You see it yourself when you catch your reflection in still water. The girl who started diving last spring is not the same person looking back at you now. Years pass in the rhythm of tides. You're 20 now, then 25, then 30. The passage of time is marked not by calendars, but by seasons, by the return of migrating fish each spring, by the first typhoon of summer, by the changing colours of seaweed in autumn, by the bite of winter cold. You have become one of the strong divers, not the strongest yet, but reliable and skilled. You can dive to 12 metres now and stay down for 2.5 minutes. Your catches are consistently good. Other younger women look to you for guidance the way you once looked to your mother. Sunja is still your friend and rival. She married 2 years ago and now has a baby daughter. But she still dives nearly every day, leaving the child with her mother while she works. This is the way of Jeju. Grandmothers raise children while mothers dive. The pattern repeats across generations. Your own mother is in her 50s now. She still dives, but not as deeply or as long. She has earned the right to easier work. She focuses on the shallower waters, gathering seaweed and sea urchins. She leaves the deep abalone hunting to younger women like you. Grandmother Kang finally retired from diving last year at the age of 80. Her departure from the sea was marked with a small ceremony at the Bultok. The women gave her gifts and shared stories about her legendary catches. She cried, which surprised everyone. She said she was not crying from sadness, but from gratitude. The ocean had given her a good life. Now, on the beach each morning, you are sometimes the one who bows to the water first. This informal leadership emerged naturally. The older women are still respected, but they look to the middle generation to set the pace and make decisions about where to dive and when to call breaks. You have also become a teacher. Several teenage girls are learning to dive and you help train them. You show them how to breathe, how to equalize pressure, how to read the underwater landscape. You pass down the knowledge that was passed to you, adding your own insights gained from years of experience. One of your students is particularly promising. Her name is Mi-sun, and she's 15 years old. She reminds you of yourself at that age. Eager but uncertain, strong but untested. You are patient with her mistakes because you remember making the same ones. Mi-sun struggles with her breathing technique. She surfaces too quickly, wasting air. You spend an entire morning teaching her the principle of controlled ascent. You show her how to measure her breath, how to rise slowly enough to conserve oxygen, but quickly enough to reach air before she needs it desperately. She does not get it right for many days, but then, on a sunny morning in April, she surfaces after a long dive with a perfect sunbit and a smile of triumph. She has caught 3 abalone in one dive. You praise her and she glows with pride. This is how the tradition continues. Student becomes teacher, becomes student again. The Henya community is changing in small but significant ways. Some younger women are choosing other work. Factory jobs on the mainland pay steady wages and do not require daily battles with cold water. The population of active divers is slowly declining. The government has noticed this trend. Officials come to Jeju to study the Henyu tradition. They take photographs and conduct interviews. They talk about cultural preservation and heritage tourism. Some of this attention is welcome, some feels intrusive. A researcher from Seoul spends 3 months on the island studying the diving practices. She's young and educated and full of questions. She asks about sustainability and harvest rates and economic models. You answer her questions politely, but you wonder what all her charts and graphs could possibly capture about what it feels like to be underwater, holding your breath, searching for food in the dim green light. Still, some good comes from the attention. The government establishes protected zones where commercial fishing boats cannot operate. This gives the sea life room to recover from overharvesting. The Henyu appreciate this. You have always practiced restraint, but not everyone does. The protected zones help ensure there will be abalone and sea urchins for future generations. Your life settles into patterns that feel like they could continue forever. Wake before dawn, dive until midday, rest and repair equipment, dive again in the afternoon, return home, prepare for tomorrow, sleep and repeat. But nothing continues forever. Your mother falls ill in the winter of your 32nd year. It starts as a cough that she dismisses as nothing, but the cough persists and grows worse. By spring she is too weak to dive. By summer she is too weak to leave the house. The doctor says it is something in her lungs. Years of breathing cold sea air and diving deep have taken their toll. Her body has given all it can give. Now it is giving out. You sit with her in the evenings after diving. She does not complain about her condition. Instead, she asks about your day. What did you catch? How were the currents? Did you see anything unusual? You tell her everything, painting pictures with your words so she can still experience the ocean through you. She offers advice even from her sickbed. She reminds you to check the seals on your diving suit. She suggests new locations to try. She warns about rocks that shift with the seasons. Her mind is still in the water even though her body cannot follow. One evening she tells you about her favourite dive ever. It was 40 years ago, before you were born. She was young and strong and fearless. She dove to 15 metres, deeper than she had ever gone before. At the bottom she found a cluster of abalone so dense they covered an entire rock face. She gathered as many as she could carry. When she surfaced, the other women could not believe her luck. But it was not just luck, she says. It was intuition. It was knowing the ocean well enough to sense where life would gather. It was trusting her body to handle the depth. It was the combination of all her skills working together perfectly for one moment. She tells you that you have developed that same intuition. She has watched you dive and she can see it. You know things without being taught. You sense the ocean's moods. This is the mark of a true Henya. You do not know how to respond to this praise. You mumble something about still having much to learn. She smiles and says that is exactly right. There is always more to learn. Even Grandmother Kang, who dove for 60 years, said she was still learning in her final season. Your mother dies in early autumn, during the season when the seaweed grows thick. The funeral is attended by every Henyu on this part of the island. They come to pay respects to a woman who gave her life to the sea and who raised a daughter to do the same. After the funeral you dive alone. You swim out to your mother's favourite spot and you descend to the rock she worked for decades. You place a perfect abalone on the seafloor as an offering. This is not a traditional practice, but it feels right. You're returning to the ocean something beautiful that came from it. When you surface, you make the sunbit sound and it echoes across empty water. You're crying, but you're also somehow at peace. Your mother lived the life she chose. She worked hard and provided for her family. She taught you everything she knew. What more could anyone ask from a life? You continue diving through your grief. The work helps. The physical exhaustion leaves no room for the mind to spiral into darkness. The rhythm of breathing and diving creates a meditation that soothes your aching heart. Sunja is particularly kind during this time. She dives beside you even when the catches are poor. She shares her lunch when you forget to bring your own. She makes small jokes that gently pull you back toward laughter. This is friendship that does not need words. Your grandmother moves more slowly now. She's in her 80s and her joints hurt in the cold weather. But she still tends the fire at the bultok. She still packs your lunch. She still tells stories in the evening. She's lost a daughter, but she refuses to surrender to sorrow. Life continues because it must. The seasons turn again. Winter comes, and you dive through the cold, just as your mother did. Spring returns, and with it the renewal of life in the ocean. Summer brings warm water and tourists. Autumn brings the seaweed harvest. You realize one day that you are now the age your mother was when she started teaching you to dive. The thought is both strange and natural. You're becoming the older generation. Younger divers are learning from you. The cycle continues. You're 38 years old when the first big change comes to Jeju Island. The government announces plans to build a naval base on the southern coast. The construction will be massive. It will alter the coastline. It will bring pollution and noise and disruption to the ocean environment. The Hen-yu are among the first to protest. You have spent your entire life learning to read the subtle signs of ocean health. You know how fragile the balance is. You know that major disruptions can destroy ecosystems that took centuries to establish. You attend meetings in the village hall. You listen to government officials promise that environmental impacts will be minimal. You do not believe them. You have seen what happens when people underestimate the ocean's sensitivity. Some of the older Henya organise a demonstration. They wade into the water wearing their diving suits and hold signs protesting the naval base. Photographers come from the mainland to capture these images. The diving women of Jeju defending their ocean. You join the demonstration. You stand in waist-deep water holding a sign that says the sea is our life. The water is cold, but you barely notice. You're too focused on the message, too determined to be heard. The protest makes national news. Suddenly, people across Korea are talking about the Henya. Some support your cause. Others say you are standing in the way of progress. The debate becomes heated and political. In the end, the naval base is built anyway, but the protest is not entirely futile. The government agrees to additional environmental protections. They establish monitoring systems. They create buffer zones. It is not everything you wanted, but it is something. More importantly, the protest reminds the nation that the Hen-yu still exist and still matter. You're not just folklore or tourism attractions. You're working women with legitimate concerns about your livelihood and your environment. The attention brings other changes. UNESCO declares the Henya culture an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This is meant to be an honour, a recognition of your unique tradition. And in some ways it is. But it also brings more tourists, more cameras, more outsiders who want to watch you work. Some days the beach is crowded with people who have come to see the famous diving women. They expect performances. They want to hear the sunbit sound on demand. They ask intrusive questions. You find this attention exhausting. You did not become a Henya to be watched. You became a Henya to work, to provide for your family, to continue a tradition that has meaning beyond spectacle. Still, you adapt. When tourists are present, you dive in your usual areas and do your usual work. If they want to watch, they can watch. But you will not change what you do or how you do it for their entertainment. Some of the younger Henya see opportunity in the tourism. They give demonstrations and sell fresh seafood directly to visitors at premium prices. This is practical and you do not judge them for it. Everyone must find their own way to survive. Your own path remains focused on the diving itself. You're now one of the strongest and most skilled Henya in your community. You regularly dive to 14 metres. You can stay down for nearly 3 minutes. Your catches are consistently among the best. Younger women ask you for advice not just about diving technique but about life. How do you stay motivated when the work is hard? How do you handle fear? How do you know when to push yourself and when to hold back? You answer as honestly as you can. You tell them that fear never goes away entirely. Every time you dive deep, there is a moment of uncertainty, but you have learned to work with fear instead of being paralysed by it. Fear can make you careful. Careful keeps you alive. You tell them that motivation comes from purpose. You dive because your family needs food and income. You dive because you are good at it. You dive because the tradition matters. These reasons are enough on days when the water is cold and your body is tired. You tell them that knowing your limits is the hardest skill to learn. It requires honest self-assessment. It requires accepting that some days you simply cannot dive as deep or as long as other days. The ocean will still be there tomorrow. Misun, your student from years ago, is now a strong diver herself. She's 25 and married with 2 children. She dives most days, and her catches rival yours. You feel deep satisfaction watching her work. You helped shape her into the Henyu she has become. One morning, Misun surfaces after a particularly long dive with an enormous abalone. It is the size of both her hands together. The other women gather to admire it. This is a once-in-a-season catch. Misun is beaming with pride. You remember your first big abalone catch? The feeling of accomplishment that swelled in your chest. The recognition from the older divers. The sense that you had finally arrived as a true Henya. Now you are the one offering recognition, and it feels right. Your grandmother is 92 years old now. She no longer comes to the beach. Her body is too frail, but her mind remains sharp. You visit her every evening and tell her about the day's diving. She listens intently, asking specific questions about currents and catches. She tells you that she's proud of what you have become, not just as a diver, but as a woman. You have faced challenges and adapted. You have maintained the tradition while also evolving with changing times. This balance is not easy. She also tells you something you had not considered. You will be one of the last generation of Henyu. Fewer young women are learning to dive each year. The work is too hard and there are easier ways to earn money. Within a few decades, the tradition may fade away entirely. This thought saddens you deeply. You cannot imagine a Jeju island without Henyu. The diving women have been part of this place for at least 1,500 years. They are woven into the island's identity as surely as the volcanic rocks and tangerine groves. But you also understand that change is inevitable. You cannot force young women to choose a life of cold water and physical hardship if they want something different. All you can do is keep diving yourself and hope that your example inspires at least a few others to continue. You make a decision then. You will not just dive for the rest of your working years. You will also document the tradition. You will teach anyone who wants to learn. You will share your knowledge as widely as possible. If the Henyu tradition is going to fade, it will not be because the knowledge was lost. It will be because the world changed and people chose different paths. You start meeting with researchers and historians. You describe in detail how you read the ocean, how you find abalone, how you manage your breathing. You want these specifics recorded so that even if no one is diving in 50 years, at least people will know exactly how it was done. You also begin training a new student. She's only 13, younger than most start, but she is eager and her family supports her choice. You work with her patiently, teaching her everything you know. If she is the last student you ever train, you want to do it right. The years continue their progression. You turn 40, then 45, then 50. Your body remains strong from the constant work, but you notice small changes. Recoveries take a bit longer. Deep dives require more rest afterward. You cannot stay in the cold water quite as long as you once could. These changes do not alarm you. They are natural. Every Henyu experiences them. The key is adjusting your diving to match your current capabilities, rather than trying to maintain what you could do at 30. You shift gradually to slightly shallower waters. You focus more on technique and efficiency rather than raw endurance. You still catch plenty because you know exactly where to look and how to work. Experience compensates for the slight decline in physical capacity. Soonja is experiencing similar changes. She jokes that you're both becoming like the old women you used to watch when you were young. But there is wisdom in that comparison. Those old women knew how to work smart. They did not waste energy on unnecessary movements. They made every dive count. One evening, Sunja invites you to her house for dinner. Her daughter, now 14, wants to learn diving. Sunja asks if you will train her alongside your current student. 2 girls learning together might encourage each other, she says. You agree immediately. The thought of these 2 young women learning side by side, pushing each other to improve just as you and Sunja once did, feels like the tradition finding a way to continue. It may not be the massive continuation of dozens of new divers each year, but 2 is better than none. Training the girls becomes one of the great joys of your 50s. You see them making the same mistakes you made. You watch them overcome the same fears. You observe their skills developing day by day, dive by dive. You're giving them something precious and they know it. On the day when both girls successfully dive to 8 meters and catch their first abalone, you feel a surge of emotion that takes you by surprise. This is legacy. This is how something outlasts any individual life. You're teaching them and through them. Your mother's knowledge and your grandmother's knowledge continues forward into time. You're 63 years old and you still dive nearly every day. Your hair is completely grey now, though you keep it tied back in the same style you have worn for 40 years. Your face is deeply weathered from decades of sun and salt. Your hands are gnarled and scarred from years of working with rocks and shells and sharp tools. But your lungs are still strong. Your understanding of the ocean is deeper than ever. You can read the water like some people read books. You know what the colour of the sea at dawn means for the afternoon currents. You know how the wind direction affects where the fish will gather. You know which rocks will have abalone today, and which ones were harvested too recently. You're now among the oldest active henya. Many women your age have retired. But you're not ready to stop. Your body still works well enough. Your mind is still sharp. And honestly, you cannot imagine not diving. What would you do with your days? The ocean is where you belong. Your 2 students are now in their late 20s. Both are skilled divers with families of their own. They still seek your advice sometimes, but they no longer need constant instruction. They have become full members of the Henyu community. One of them, Sunja's daughter, has started teaching her own daughter the basics of swimming and breath control. The child is only 8, but she's already comfortable in the water. Whether she will actually become a Henyi remains to be seen, but at least the possibility exists. The Henya community has shrunk significantly over your lifetime. When you started diving, there were over 30 women working these waters regularly. Now there are fewer than 15. Most are over 50 years old. You're training no new students currently because no young women are interested in learning. This reality sits heavy in your heart. You're watching something ancient and precious fade away. But you also accept it. The world has changed. Young women have options their grandmothers never dreamed of. You cannot blame them for choosing easier paths. The tourism has increased dramatically. Jeju Island is now a major vacation destination. Cruise ships dock at the port and disgorge thousands of visitors. Many come specifically to see the Henyu. The beach where you dive is often crowded with onlookers. You have made peace with this attention. The tourists do not interfere with your actual diving. They stay on shore and take their photographs. Sometimes they buy your catch directly, paying premium prices. This extra income is welcome. You have also come to see value in being visible. If people care about the Henyu tradition, perhaps they will care about protecting the ocean environment that makes it possible. Every tourist who goes home talking about the diving women is someone who might think twice about ocean pollution. The Korean government has created a cultural centre dedicated to Henyu heritage. It includes a museum with old diving equipment, photographs and video interviews with elderly divers. You were interviewed for this project several years ago. Your words are now preserved for future generations. Seeing yourself on video was strange. You appeared older than you feel inside. But you were also pleased that your knowledge would be available even after you were gone. You explained in detail how to equalise pressure, how to read currents, how to identify good abalone rocks. These specifics might matter to someone someday. Your life has settled into a gentle rhythm now. You dive in the mornings when the water is calmest. You catch enough to earn modest income. You spend afternoons repairing equipment. visiting with friends, or simply resting. Evenings are for quiet contemplation. You live alone now. Your grandmother died peacefully in her sleep at age 97. Sunja remains your closest friend. You dive together most days, swimming side by side as you have for over 40 years. You do not talk much while diving. You do not need to. You know each other's rhythms as well as you know your own. One morning you surface from a dive to find Sunja floating motionless on her tewak. For a terrible moment you think something is wrong, but then you see that she's just resting with her eyes closed, her face turned toward the sun. She looks peaceful and content. You float nearby, also resting. The sun is warm on your face. The water gently rocks you. Seabirds call overhead. In this moment, you feel a profound sense of completeness. This is what you were meant to do. This is who you were meant to be. Sunja opens her eyes and smiles at you. She does not say anything. She just smiles. You smile back. After so many years, so many dives, so many days in the water together, some things do not need words. You dive again. Down you go into the green depths. Your body knows exactly what to do. You have made this descent thousands upon thousands of times. The motions are as natural as breathing. More natural, perhaps, since breathing requires thought when you're holding air in your lungs for minutes at a time. On the ocean floor, you work methodically. You check the usual spots. You find a cluster of sea urchins and carefully harvest half of them, leaving the others to reproduce. You spot a large turban shell and add it to your bag. You see an octopus and decide to leave it alone. It is not large enough yet. Let it grow another year. You surface and rest, dive and surface, dive and surface. The rhythm is meditation. The work is prayer. You're connected to this ocean in ways that transcend simple labour. You are part of its cycles. You are a note in its endless song. By noon, your bag is adequately full. Not the massive catches of your younger years, but enough. You signal to Sunja that you're ready to return to shore. She nods and gathers her equipment. Back at the Bultok, fewer women gather now than in years past. But those who remain are the dedicated ones. The ones for whom diving is not just work, but identity. You warm yourselves by the fire and share the morning stories. Someone caught an unusually large abalone. Someone else saw a sea turtle. Someone warns about a rough current on the western rocks. The conversation is familiar and comforting. You've been part of thousands of conversations like this, each one slightly different but fundamentally the same. You eat your lunch and let the sun dry your skin. You think about the afternoon session and decide to skip it today. Your body is tired and that is okay. You have earned the right to stop when you choose to stop. Walking home, you notice how the island has changed over your lifetime. New roads cut through what used to be fields. Modern houses have replaced traditional stone structures. Cars are everywhere. The tangerine groves remain, but even they are managed differently now, with modern irrigation and commercial harvesting. Yet the ocean remains fundamentally the same. The tides rise and fall on the same schedule they always have. The currents follow their ancient patterns. The marine life continues its eternal cycles of birth and death and renewal. Some things change, some things endure. At home you prepare dinner with ingredients you harvested yourself. Sea urchin roe, still fresh and sweet. Seaweed that you gathered last week and dried in the sun. Rice from the market, but cooked in the same pot your grandmother used. You eat slowly, savouring each bite. You have learned not to rush through life's small pleasures. A good meal, a quiet evening, the absence of pain. These things matter more with each passing year. After dinner, you sit outside and watch the sunset. The sky turns orange and pink and purple. The ocean reflects these colours back, creating a mirror of beauty. You have seen thousands of sunsets from this same spot, each one unique, each one worth witnessing. You think about your mother and your grandmother. You imagine them young, diving in these same waters. You think about the countless generations of Henyu who came before them, stretching back through centuries. You are part of this long chain of women who took their living from the sea. You think about the young women who chose different paths. You do not judge them. The world offered them options, and they took them. But you are grateful that you chose this path. Diving gave you strength and purpose and connection. It gave your life shape and meaning. Tomorrow you will wake before dawn. You will eat your breakfast. You will walk to the beach. You will bow to the ocean and enter the water. You will dive and surface and dive again. This pattern will continue as long as your body allows, and when you can no longer dive, you will still come to the beach. You will tend the fire in the bultuck. You will teach anyone who wants to learn. You will keep the tradition alive in whatever ways remain available to you. Because this is not just about catching seafood, it is about maintaining a connection between humans and the ocean that is ancient and profound. It is about demonstrating that people can take from nature sustainably if they are willing to work within natural limits. It is about proving that women can be strong and independent and skilled. The last light fades from the sky. Stars begin to appear. You go inside and prepare for bed. Your muscles ache pleasantly from the day's work. You fall asleep quickly, as you always do. In your dreams, you are young again. You dive to impossible depths without effort. The water is crystal clear and filled with wonders. Your mother and grandmother are there, diving beside you. They smile and beckon you deeper. You follow them down into the blue darkness, but you're not afraid. You have spent your whole life learning these depths. You know them as well as anyone could, and when you wake in the morning, you will return to them again. The ocean is patient. The ocean is eternal. The ocean will be here long after you're gone, but for now, while you're still here, you will meet it on its own terms. You will dive into its depths. You will take what it offers. You will give back your respect and your restraint. This is the way of the Henya. This has always been the way, and for as long as you draw breath, this will remain your way. The tide comes in, the tide goes out, the seasons turn, the years pass, and through it all, the diving women of Jeju Island continue their ancient practice. Fewer in number now than before, but no less dedicated, no less skilled, no less connected to the sea that has sustained them for so long. You are part of this tradition. You are a keeper of this knowledge. You are a living link between past and future. And tomorrow, when the sun rises, you will prove it again by entering the water and descending into the depths, just as your ancestors have done for 1,500 years. The sea calls to you even in sleep, and you answer. You always answer, because you are Henya. This is what you do. This is who you are. This is your legacy and your gift and your sacred trust. The story continues. The tradition endures. The ocean waits. And tomorrow, before dawn, you will begin again. Imagine Baltimore in 1895, when the city's waterfront hummed with the sounds of industry, and immigrant voices mixed with the calls of street vendors selling everything from fresh oysters to yesterday's newspapers. The air carried the smell of coal smoke, horse manure, and the briny tang of the Chesapeake Bay. Into this world on February 6th, George Herman Ruth Jr. was born above his father's saloon on Frederick Street, in a neighborhood that polite society preferred to pretend didn't exist. The Baltimore waterfront district wasn't the kind of place where childhood dreams were supposed to flourish. It was rough, loud, and unforgiving. A place where kids grew up fast or didn't grow up at all. Young George's parents, Kate and George Sr., ran a combination saloon and boarding house, which meant their home was always filled with the sounds of adult conversations, the clink of glasses, and the occasional argument that spilled out onto the cobblestone streets. For a small boy in this environment, normal supervision was nearly impossible. Kate Ruth was often ill, weakened by the demands of running a business and bearing 8 children, only 2 of whom would survive infancy. George Sr. worked from dawn until late into the night, managing a business that catered to dock workers, sailors, and the sort of customers who didn't ask too many questions about the quality of the whiskey. Young George found himself largely raising himself on those Baltimore streets. By the time he was 7, he He was spending more time in the alleys and corners of the waterfront than in school. He'd skip classes to hang around the docks, watching longshoremen unload cargo from ships that had travelled from places he could barely imagine. Sometimes he'd steal fruit from vendor carts, not always because he was hungry, but because the thrill of not getting caught was more exciting than anything happening in a classroom. The trouble started small: truancy, petty theft, the kind of mischief that city police generally ignored when it came from waterfront kids. But it escalated. George had energy that seemed to vibrate through his small frame, an inability to sit still that drove his teachers to distraction on the rare occasions he showed up to school. He needed to be moving, doing, and challenging himself in ways that the rigid structure of turn-of-the-century education couldn't accommodate. His parents watched their son's trajectory with the kind of helpless concern that comes from being too overwhelmed to intervene effectively. Kate's illness worsened. The saloon demanded constant attention. Their other surviving child, George's younger sister Mary, required care. Something had to give, and that something turned out to be young George's presence in their daily lives. In 1902, when George was just 7 years old, his parents made a decision that would alter the course of American sports history, though they certainly didn't know it at the time. They signed papers declaring him incorrigible and committed him to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys, a reformatory and orphanage run by the Catholic Severian brothers on the outskirts of Baltimore. You might picture this moment as traumatic. A young boy torn from his family and sent away to an institution. But the truth was more complicated. George would later describe his arrival at St. Mary's not as a punishment, but as the first real stability he'd ever known. The reformatory had rules, yes, but it also had structure, regular meals, and adults who actually paid attention to what the boys were doing. St. Mary's was enormous, housing over 800 boys on a campus that sprawled across industrial Baltimore's western edge. The buildings were imposing, red brick structures that looked like they'd been designed to remind young boys of their insignificance. But within those walls, George discovered something that had been missing from his chaotic life on Frederick Street: predictability. Every day at St. Mary's followed the same rhythm. Wake at 6, morning prayers, breakfast, classes in reading, writing and arithmetic, afternoon sessions learning trades, shoemaking, tailoring and printing, more prayers, dinner, evening recreation, lights out. For a boy whose previous life had been defined by chaos and uncertainty, this routine was surprisingly comforting, like finally hearing a melody after years of nothing but noise. The Severian brothers who ran the school were stern but not cruel. They believed in discipline, hard work, and the redemptive power of the Catholic faith. They also believed in baseball. Behind the main buildings, St. Mary's maintained several baseball diamonds where boys could play nearly every day, weather permitting. This was where George Herman Ruth would discover the game that would define his existence. Picture those baseball fields at St. Mary's on a late spring afternoon, with the sun beginning its slow descent behind Baltimore's skyline. The grass, kept reasonably well by boys assigned to groundskeeping duties, stretched out in a shade of green that looked almost luminous in the golden light. The base paths were hard-packed dirt, worn smooth by hundreds of running feet. The smell of leather gloves worn soft with use, mixed with the earthy scent of infield dust kicked up by sliding runners. This was where young George found his calling, though he didn't recognise it as such at first. Baseball at St. Mary's wasn't a formal sport with scholarships and professional scouts. It was recreation, a way to burn off the restless energy of hundreds of boys who needed something to do besides contemplating their various failures that had led them to a reformatory. At first, George was just another kid trying to figure out where he fit in the rotating cast of games that seemed to run continuously, from spring through fall. St. Mary's had multiple teams, organised by age and ability, and boys cycled through different positions based on who showed up and who was serving detention for some infraction of the school's numerous rules. George tried catching first, squatting behind a home plate with a rudimentary mask and chest protector that offered minimal protection against foul tips and wild pitches. He discovered he liked being in the middle of every play, calling pitches, though the pitchers often ignored him, and occasionally throwing out runners who were foolish enough to test his arm. but it was pitching that truly captured his imagination. One afternoon, when the regular pitcher for his team was sick in the infirmary, George volunteered. He'd watched pitches enough to understand the basic mechanics, the wind-up, the stride, and the follow-through. What he discovered when he towed the rubber for the first time was that throwing a baseball hard was one of the most satisfying physical experiences he'd ever encountered. The ball left his left hand. He was naturally left-handed, which was still considered vaguely suspicious in turn-of-the-century America, and sailed toward home plate with surprising velocity. The batter swung and missed. George felt something click into place, like a puzzle piece he hadn't known was missing suddenly completing a picture. Over the following months and years, George threw and threw and threw. He developed calluses on his fingers from gripping the ball's raised seams. His left shoulder ached most evenings, a dull throb that felt like achievement rather than injury. He studied the older pitchers at St. Mary's, watching how they varied their speeds, how they used the batter's expectations against him, and how they worked both sides of the plate to keep hitters off balance. Brother Matthias Boutelier, the school's prefect of discipline and unofficial athletics director, noticed the skinny kid who seemed to live on the baseball diamond. Matthias was an imposing figure, over 6 feet tall, and built like the longshoreman George remembered from the waterfront. But unlike the rough men of Baltimore's docks, Matthias combined physical presence with genuine interest in the boys under his supervision. Matthias took George under his wing in a way that the boy's actual father never had. He taught him not just baseball mechanics, but also the mental aspects of the game. How to read a batter's stance, how to recognise when someone was guessing fastball, and how to use the umpire's strike zone to his advantage. More importantly, Matthias gave George something he'd rarely experienced: consistent attention from an adult who believed he might actually amount to something. As George moved through his teenage years at St. Mary's, cycling in and out of the institution as his father periodically tried to bring him home before inevitably sending him back, baseball became his constant. The game didn't care about his rough background, or his trouble with authority, or his inability to sit still in a classroom. Baseball rewarded his natural athleticism, his surprising coordination, and his competitive fire that burned hot enough to make him practice long after other boys had gone inside. By his mid-teens, George had developed a reputation that extended beyond St. Mary's walls. Local amateur teams would sometimes recruit St. Mary's players for weekend games, and George's name started appearing in the sports pages of Baltimore newspapers, usually just a line or two noting that the St. Mary's pitcher had struck out a dozen batters in some industrial league matchup. He was still raw, still learning, still prone to the kind of wildness both on and off the field that made him simultaneously exciting and unpredictable. But something was emerging in the lanky teenager with the round face and surprisingly quick reflexes, a talent that would soon catch the attention of people who recognised potential when they saw it. On a crisp February morning in 1914, 19-year-old George Herman Ruth signed his first professional baseball contract with the Baltimore Orioles of the International League. The contract paid him $600 for the season, which was more money than George had ever imagined having. To put that in perspective, the average American worker at the time earned less than $400 annually. George was suddenly, improbably, well paid. The Orioles owner and manager, Jack Dunn, had watched George pitch for St. Mary's and saw something that went beyond mere skill. He saw a young man with a left arm that could make baseballs do things that defied easy explanation, combined with an enthusiasm for the game that bordered on childlike joy. Dunn became George's legal guardian, a formality required because George was still technically under St. Mary's jurisdiction, and the other players started calling the newest addition to the team Dunn's new babe. The nickname stuck, though it would be shortened and transformed in the years ahead. But for now, George was just trying to figure out how to be a professional baseball player, which turned out to involve a lot more than just throwing strikes. Professional baseball in 1914 bore little resemblance to the modern game you might watch on a lazy summer evening. Teams travelled by train, staying in modest hotels where players doubled up in rooms that were stuffy in summer and frigid in winter. Uniforms were heavy wool that absorbed sweat and never quite dried out during long road trips. Gloves were thin leather affairs that offered minimal protection. and players who didn't learn to catch the ball properly ended up with broken fingers that never quite healed right. George threw himself into this life with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He loved the trains, the hotels, and the constant motion from city to city. After years of institutional confinement at St Mary's, the freedom of professional baseball felt intoxicating. He could stay up late, eat what he wanted, and spend his money on whatever caught his fancy, usually food, as George had developed an appetite that his teammates found simultaneously impressive and slightly alarming. His pitching developed rapidly under professional coaching. George learned to add a curveball to his fastball, giving him 2 pitches that worked off each other beautifully. The curve would start at a batter's shoulder and break down across the plate, while his fastball came in straight and hard. Batters had to choose what they were looking for, and George was getting good enough at reading swings that he usually guessed right about what they'd chosen. But George's time with the Orioles was brief. The team was struggling financially, a common problem for minor league clubs, and by July, Jack Dunn had sold his best young pitcher to the Boston Red Sox for a sum that seemed enormous at the time, but would later look like one of history's great bargains. George Herman Ruth, just 5 months into his professional career, was heading to the major leagues. Boston in 1914 was a baseball city in a way that's hard to imagine today. The Red Sox played their home games at Fenway Park, which had opened just 2 years earlier and still smelled of fresh paint and optimism. The park was intimate, with fans sitting close enough to the field that you could hear them commenting on your pitching mechanics between deliveries. George spent most of his first season shuttling between Boston and their minor league affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island. The Red Sox weren't sure what they had in this rough-edged kid from Baltimore. He could clearly pitch. His statistics left no doubt about that. But he was also undisciplined, prone to breaking curfew, and possessed of an appetite for nightlife that worried his more conservative managers. The 1915 season marked George's emergence as one of baseball's premier left-handed pitchers. He won 18 games, posted an earned run average that placed him among the league's best, and helped pitch the Red Sox into the World Series. In the Fall Classic against the Philadelphia Phillies, George appeared in 1 game, pitching well enough that his manager trusted him with important innings. Boston won the championship, and 19-year-old George Herman Ruth received his first World Series ring. He celebrated with the enthusiasm you'd expect from a teenager who'd gone from a Baltimore reformatory to the pinnacle of professional sports in just over a year. The parties lasted for days, and George's capacity for both celebration and recovery became legendary among his teammates. The next few seasons established a pattern. George would pitch brilliantly, winning 23 games in 1916 and 24 in 1917, while simultaneously testing every rule and boundary his managers tried to impose. He'd disappear after games, showing up the next day with mysterious bruises and implausible explanations. He'd miss team trains, forcing managers to fine him from his paycheck. He'd argue with umpires, fight with opposing players, and generally behave like someone who had never quite internalized society's expectations for professional behavior, yet he kept winning. In the 1916 World Series against the Brooklyn Robins, George pitched 14 innings of shutout baseball in Game 2, setting a World Series record that would stand for decades. The Red Sox won again, giving George his second championship ring before his 22nd birthday. But something else was happening during these seasons, something that would ultimately prove more significant than his pitching achievements. When George wasn't on the mound, he'd occasionally play outfield or fill in at first base, and when he played these positions, he got to bat more than the once every 4-day schedule that pitchers followed. When George batted, remarkable things happened. The ball would leave his bat with a sound that was different from normal contact, a sharp crack that seemed to carry its own echo. The ball would rise on trajectories that looked almost leisurely until you realised how far they were travelling. Home runs in the dead ball era were rare, but George was hitting them with alarming regularity whenever his managers let him swing the bat. By 1918, Red Sox management faced an unusual problem. Their best pitcher was also potentially their best hitter. George appeared in 95 games that season, pitching in only 20 of them. He won 13 games on the mound while simultaneously leading the American League with 11 home runs. a total that would have been unremarkable in later eras, but was extraordinary for the time. The baseball world was beginning to recognise that George Herman Ruth might be something unprecedented. Not just a great player, but someone who was redefining what great could mean. Picture Boston's Fenway Park in late 1919, as autumn settled over New England and the baseball season wound toward its conclusion. George Herman Ruth, now 24 years old, had just completed his most remarkable season yet. 29 home runs, shattering every previous record for a single season. He'd effectively stopped pitching, playing almost exclusively as an outfielder, where he could bat every day rather than once every 4 games. The Red Sox owner, Harry Frazee, watched this transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, Ruth's hitting had made him arguably the most exciting player in baseball. On the other hand, Frazee was primarily a theatrical producer who'd bought the Red Sox almost on a whim, and the team was losing money faster than Frazee could generate it from his Broadway investments. Meanwhile, in New York, the Yankees were baseball's also-ran franchise. They shared the Polo Grounds with the Giants, playing second fiddle in their own city, and consistently finishing somewhere in the middle of the American League standings. Yankees ownership wanted to change this dynamic, and they had the financial resources that Frazee desperately needed. The negotiations happened quietly, over dinner meetings in Manhattan restaurants where the wealthy discussed business deals over steaks and bourbon. Frazee needed cash to finance his theatrical productions and pay off debts that were threatening to sink both his baseball and Broadway enterprises. Yankees owners wanted the player who was transforming baseball from a game of singles and stolen bases into something far more dramatic. On December 26, 1919, the day after Christmas, when most Americans were still digesting holiday meals and exchanging gifts, the news broke. The Boston Red Sox had sold George Herman Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees for $100,000 in cash, plus a loan of $300,000 secured by a mortgage on Fenway Park. The reaction in Boston ranged from disbelief to fury. Newspaper editorials condemned Frazee for sacrificing baseball success to finance his theatrical ambitions. Fans gathered outside Fenway Park in the December cold, some crying, others threatening to never attend another Red Sox game. The term curse hadn't yet entered the vocabulary, but the sense that something fundamentally wrong had occurred was palpable. George himself learned about the trade from reporters who called his apartment, waking him from an afternoon nap. His initial reaction was less emotional than practical. He immediately called the Yankees owner to renegotiate his contract, recognizing that his new team clearly valued him more than his old one had. The Yankees agreed to double his salary, making George Herman Ruth baseball's highest-paid player at $20,000 per year. New York in January 1920 felt like a different planet from Boston. The city was louder, brasher, and more chaotic, more like the Baltimore waterfront of George's childhood than the relatively restrained environment of New England. Broadway blazed with electric lights, jazz music poured from basement clubs, and Prohibition had just taken effect, which meant speakeasies were opening faster than authorities could shut them down. George took to New York the way a duck takes to water. He discovered that the city's nightlife suited his temperament perfectly. After games, he'd hit the clubs, order enormous meals, charm showgirls, and generally behave like someone who'd been let out of a cage he hadn't realized he'd been living in. His appetites for food, drink, female company, and general revelry became as legendary as his home runs. But what really mattered happened at the Polo Grounds between the chalk lines. George's first season in New York redefined what was possible in baseball. He hit 54 home runs, nearly doubling his previous record. To put this in perspective, no other player in the American League hit more than 19. George alone hit more home runs than entire teams combined. The style of these home runs captivated audiences in ways that the technical excellence of pitching or the strategic complexity of manufacturing runs never could. When George connected with a pitch, the ball didn't just clear the fence, it soared into territories that seemed to violate the normal physics of baseball. Balls landed in distant bleachers, bounced onto the streets outside stadiums, and occasionally vanished entirely. presumably captured by fans as souvenirs worth more than the price of admission. Newspapers struggled to describe what Ruth was doing. Sports writers exhausted their vocabularies trying to convey the arc of his home runs, the power in his swing, and the childlike joy he displayed while rounding the bases. They started calling him the Bambino, the Sultan of Swat, and simply the Babe, names that captured both his dominance and the affection that fans felt for this oversized personality. The Yankees recognized that they had something unprecedented, and they began planning to build their own stadium. The Polo Grounds belonged to the Giants, and Yankees ownership wanted a venue they controlled, one designed to showcase their most valuable asset. The planning and construction would take time, but the vision was clear. A cathedral to baseball, and specifically to the particular brand of baseball that Babe Ruth represented. Imagine standing outside Yankee Stadium on opening day, April 18th, 1923. The structure rising before you represents the largest baseball stadium ever built. Over 58,000 seats, arrayed in 3 decks that seem to reach toward the clouds. The facade along the roof features ornamental copperwork that catches the spring sunlight. The grass looks impossibly green, maintained by groundskeepers who treat the field like a golf course. This is the house that Ruth built, though technically it was built for Ruth. The stadium's design reflected its primary purpose, showcasing Babe Ruth's home runs. The right field fence stood just 295 feet from home plate, a distance that seemed designed specifically for Ruth's left-handed swing. The dimensions were asymmetrical, reflecting the irregular plot of land in the Bronx where the Yankees had chosen to build, but those asymmetries worked in Ruth's favour. Ruth christened the new stadium in the most appropriate way possible, with a home run in the first game, a 3-run shot that gave the Yankees a lead they never relinquished. The newspapers the next day declared that Ruth had consecrated the new venue, and the nickname "the house that Ruth built" appeared in print for the first time. The 1923 season marked the Yankees' first World Series championship, with Ruth batting .368 in the Fall Classic against the New York Giants. After nearly a decade of championships with the Red Sox, Ruth had finally delivered a title to his new team, validating the enormous investment the Yankees had made in acquiring him. The next several years established a pattern that would define the Yankees for generations. Ruth would put up statistics that seemed to belong in fantasy rather than reality. In 1927, he hit 60 home runs, a total so absurd that it would stand as the single-season record for 34 years. His teammates, particularly Lou Gehrig batting behind him in the lineup, benefited from the attention pictures paid to Ruth, forming what sports writers called Murderer's Row. But Ruth's impact extended beyond statistics. He transformed baseball from a regional interest into a national obsession. Radio broadcasts carried Yankees games across the country, with Ruth's at-bats creating a sense of anticipation that built with each pitch. Movie newsreels featured Ruth's home runs, showing audiences in small-town theatres what this larger-than-life figure was doing in New York. Children across America started imitating Ruth's distinctive swing, the big leg kick, the powerful hip rotation, and the follow-through that lifted his back foot off the ground. Youth baseball teams shifted their emphasis from bunting and base running to swinging for the fences, fundamentally changing how the game was taught. Ruth was creating a new generation of baseball fans who viewed home runs not as occasional flukes, but as the ultimate expression of the sport. The money followed the success. Ruth's salary increased to $80,000 by 1930, making him better paid than President Herbert Hoover. When someone pointed out this disparity, Ruth reportedly replied that he'd had a better year than Hoover, a quip that captured both his ego and the genuine affection Americans felt for him even during the Depression's early years. Off the field, Ruth's lifestyle became as legendary as his hitting. He'd order room service meals designed for 4 people and eat them alone. He'd stay out until dawn, charming reporters and fellow revellers with stories told in his distinctive gravelly voice. He'd show up to the stadium looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he sometimes had, and then proceed to hit home runs that left fans wondering if dissipation somehow improved his performance. His managers despaired of controlling him. Ruth would violate curfews, skip team meetings, and generally behaved like someone for whom normal rules didn't apply. In 1925, his lifestyle caught up with him. He collapsed during spring training with what newspapers politely called the bellyache heard around the world, though the reality involved a combination of overeating, drinking and general excess that landed him in the hospital for weeks. That season, Ruth's worst in the majors, served as a warning. He hit just 25 home runs and the Yankees finished in 7th place. Ruth recognised that even his prodigious talent had limits, and he moderated his behaviour enough to bounce back in 1926 with 47 home runs and a return to the World Series. The late 1920s and early 1930s marked the peak of Ruth's dominance. He won home run titles, led the league in runs batted in, and posted batting averages that would have been impressive even without the power numbers. The Yankees won championships in 1927, 1928 and 1932, with Ruth as their undisputed centrepiece. The 1932 World Series against the Chicago Cubs produced what would become Ruth's most famous moment, the called shot in Game 3. With the score tied and Cubs players and fans heckling him mercilessly, Ruth stepped to the plate. He pointed toward the centre field bleachers, or at the Cubs pitcher, or maybe was just gesturing generally depending on which account you believe, and then hit the next pitch exactly where he'd indicated, a majestic home run that silenced Wrigley Field. Whether Ruth actually called his shot remains debated by historians. What's undeniable is that the moment perfectly captured who Ruth was, confident to the point of arrogance, theatrical, and capable of backing up even his most outrageous gestures with actual performance. The legend mattered more than the literal truth, and the legend was that Ruth had promised a home run and then delivered it exactly as advertised. As evening settles around you and your tea grows cooler, let's pause to consider what Babe Ruth was actually like as a person, separate from the legend that grew up around his accomplishments. Ruth stood 6'2", which was tall for his era, with a barrel chest, spindly legs, and a face that photographers described as lived in. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but his features conveyed warmth and openness that made people instinctively like him. His nose had been broken multiple times, testimony to his rough upbringing and occasional propensity for bar fights in his younger days. His voice was surprisingly high and gravelly, the result of years of cigars and whiskey. When he laughed, which was often, it was a full-body experience that started in his belly and emerged as a sound that friends described as infectious. People who met Ruth invariably commented on his energy. He couldn't sit still, constantly fidgeting, moving, and looking for the next thing to engage his attention. Ruth's relationship with children revealed a side of his personality that the public especially loved. He'd spend hours signing autographs for kids who waited outside stadiums, never seeming to tire of the attention. When he visited children's hospitals, which he did regularly, usually without inviting press coverage, he'd sit with sick kids telling them stories and making them laugh. These visits weren't publicity stunts. Ruth genuinely enjoyed making children happy in ways that suggested he was trying to give them experiences he'd never had in his own difficult childhood. His generosity was legendary and somewhat indiscriminate. Ruth would tip waiters $50 for bringing him a sandwich, hand $100 bills to doormen, and loan money to teammates who he knew would never pay him back. This largesse wasn't entirely altruistic. Ruth enjoyed the feeling of power that came from being able to help others, but it also reflected a genuine disinterest in accumulating wealth for its own sake. His first marriage, to a woman named Helen Woodford whom he'd met while playing in Boston, had ended tragically when Helen died in a house fire in 1929. Ruth remarried almost immediately to a former actress and model named Claire Hodgson, who brought a stabilising influence that Ruth's life had previously lacked. Claire managed Ruth's finances, organised his schedule, and generally tried to impose order on the chaos that naturally surrounded him. Claire also brought her daughter Julia into Ruth's life, and Ruth embraced fatherhood with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He'd play catch with Julia in the backyard of their apartment building, teach her to hit off a batting tee, and tell her stories about his games that always made him seem just slightly more heroic than he actually had been. Ruth's relationship with Lou Gehrig, his longtime teammate, was complicated. The two men were opposites in almost every way, Ruth loud and undisciplined, Gehrig quiet and methodical. They produced one of baseball's most productive lineup combinations, but personally they maintained a distance that occasionally erupted into outright hostility. A falling out in the early 1930s, reportedly over a comment Claire Ruth made about Gehrig's mother, resulted in years where the two barely spoke despite playing on the same team. As Ruth aged, his body began showing the accumulated effects of decades of excess. His once powerful legs thinned, making him slower in the outfield and on the base paths. His reflexes, while still exceptional, no longer allowed him to catch up to the fastest pitches. By the mid-1930s, it was becoming clear that even Babe Ruth couldn't hit forever. The Yankees, with typical corporate efficiency, began planning for a future without their greatest star. They acquired younger outfielders, gave Ruth fewer plate appearances, and generally treated him like a depreciating asset rather than the man who'd built their dynasty. Ruth wanted to manage, believing his baseball knowledge and personality would make him an effective leader. Yankees management disagreed, seeing Ruth's lack of discipline as disqualifying him from a position that required organisation and restraint. In 1935, the Yankees sold Ruth to the Boston Braves, where he was promised a player-manager role that never quite materialised. Instead, Ruth found himself playing for a terrible team, struggling to connect with pitches that would have been routine outs just a few years earlier. His body, after years of abuse, was finally giving out. Ruth's final games as a player were simultaneously sad and somehow fitting. In Pittsburgh on May 25, 1935, he hit 3 home runs in a single game, the last of which cleared the right field stands at Forbes Field and landed outside the stadium, the first fair ball ever hit completely out of that park. It was a reminder of what Ruth had been, a final flash of the power that had defined his career. 6 days later, Ruth played his last game. He went hitless, looked slow and old, and left the field knowing his playing career was over. He officially retired on June 2nd, 1935, ending a 22-year career that had transformed American sports. The years after retirement were difficult for Ruth in ways that his playing career never had been. He'd defined himself through baseball for so long that existence without the daily rhythm of games left him feeling unmoored. The Yankees never offered him the managerial position he coveted, and other teams were similarly uninterested in hiring someone they viewed as too undisciplined to lead. Ruth tried various ventures. He coached briefly for the Brooklyn Dodgers, appeared in exhibition games, and took roles in Hollywood films that required him to essentially play himself. But none of these activities filled the void that baseball's absence had created. He was like a shark that needed to keep moving to breathe, except now the water had been drained from his tank. He remained popular with the public, his name still capable of drawing crowds wherever he appeared. He'd attend charity events, sign autographs, and tell stories about his playing days that grew more embellished with each retelling. The real Babe Ruth was gradually being replaced by the legend, a process that Ruth himself seemed to encourage. World War II gave Ruth a renewed sense of purpose. He participated in war bond drives, visited military hospitals, and played in exhibition games designed to boost morale. Soldiers who'd grown up idolising Ruth got to meet their hero, and Ruth seemed genuinely moved by their appreciation. These interactions suggested that Ruth's importance transcended baseball. He'd become a symbol of American vitality and confidence that resonated during wartime. On April 27, 1947, the Yankees retired Ruth's number 3, making it the first number ever retired in baseball. Over 50,000 fans packed Yankee Stadium for Babe Ruth Day, celebrating the man who had made the venue famous. Ruth, already ill with throat cancer, though the public didn't know it yet, spoke briefly to the crowd in a voice ravaged by disease. A famous photograph from that day shows Ruth leaning on a bat for support, his body wasted by illness, but his presence still commanding. The cancer progressed rapidly. Ruth spent much of 1948 in and out of hospitals, undergoing treatments that were primitive by modern standards and largely ineffective. He lost weight dramatically, his once powerful frame reduced to something that friends described as heartbreaking to witness. But even in decline, Ruth maintained the essential qualities that had defined him: optimism, humour, and a refusal to complain about his circumstances. On August 16th, 1948, Babe Ruth died at age 53. His body lay in state at Yankee Stadium, where over 100,000 people filed past to pay their respects. The line stretched for blocks, filled with people of all ages who wanted one final moment with the man who had given them so many memories. The funeral itself was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, with over 6,000 people inside and thousands more on the streets outside. Ruth was buried at Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Hawthorne, New York. His grave became and remains one of the most visited sites in American sports, a pilgrimage destination for fans who want to connect with baseball's past. Now, as you settle deeper into your blankets and perhaps close your eyes, consider what Ruth left behind. His lifetime statistics, 714 home runs, a .342 batting average, and 2,013 runs batted in, were records that would stand for decades. But numbers alone don't capture his impact. Ruth transformed baseball from a sport played primarily in small markets to a truly national phenomenon. Before Ruth, baseball struggled to compete with boxing and horse racing for public attention. After Ruth, baseball was unquestionably America's game, a status it would maintain for the better part of a century. He changed how the game was played, shifting emphasis from small ball tactics to power hitting. Managers who had spent careers teaching bunts and hit-and-run plays suddenly found themselves encouraging batters to swing for the fences. The entire architecture of offense was rebuilt around the home run, a change that Ruth essentially accomplished single-handedly. Ruth proved that athletes could be celebrities in ways previously reserved for actors and politicians. His salary negotiations set precedents for athlete compensation. His endorsement deals created a template for how sports stars could leverage fame into wealth. His lifestyle, while excessive, demonstrated that public figures could survive scandal through sheer charisma and performance. The cultural impact extended beyond sports. Ruth became a symbol of American possibility, the idea that someone from the worst circumstances could rise to the absolute pinnacle of success. His story resonated especially during the Depression years, when Americans needed heroes who proved that the system could still work, that talent and determination could still overcome poverty and limited opportunity. Ruth's relationship with children created a template for how sports stars interact with young fans. The image of Ruth visiting sick children, signing endless autographs, and treating kids with genuine affection established expectations for athlete behaviour that persist today. Every modern athlete who visits a children's hospital is, in some way, following the path Ruth created. His flaws were as legendary as his achievements, and paradoxically, those flaws made him more beloved rather than less. Americans appreciated that Ruth enjoyed his success, that he indulged appetites rather than pretending they didn't exist. There was something honest about Ruth's excesses that stood in stark contrast to the carefully managed public images that other celebrities cultivated. The Yankees dynasty that Ruth created continued for decades after his retirement. The team won championships through the 1950s and beyond, but all of those successes built on the foundation Ruth had established. The financial resources that allowed the Yankees to acquire the best players came from the revenue streams Ruth had created. The winning tradition that attracted top talent originated in Ruth's championship teams. Baseball itself evolved in Ruth's image. Stadiums built after Yankee Stadium incorporated features designed to showcase home run hitters. Rule changes that increased offense and home run production reflected Ruth's influence on what fans wanted to see. The entire aesthetic of baseball, the emphasis on power, the celebration of individual achievement within a team context, and the tolerance for colourful personalities, all traced back to Ruth's example. Modern athletes earning enormous salaries, negotiating endorsement deals and living public lives that blur the line between sports and entertainment are following paths that Ruth pioneered. He proved that athletic excellence could generate wealth and fame that transcended the sport itself. Every athlete who becomes a brand, who leverages sporting success into broader cultural influence, owes something to the template Ruth created. As your eyelids grow heavier and the day's concerns fade into the comfortable darkness of evening, let's trace how Ruth's influence continues to ripple through American culture, even now, decades after his death. Walk into any youth baseball game on a Saturday morning, and you'll see Ruth's legacy in action. Kids step to the plate and take mighty swings, trying to hit home runs rather than simply making contact. Parents in the stands cheer loudest for the ball that clears the fence, even though a well-placed single might be tactically superior. This emphasis on power over precision, on the dramatic over the practical, flows directly from Ruth's transformation of baseball's aesthetics. The number 3, retired by the Yankees and sacred in baseball history, appears on replica jerseys worn by fans who weren't born until decades after Ruth died. These fans may not know Ruth's actual statistics, might not be able to name a single team he played against, but they know the name and understand that wearing it connects them to something important in baseball's story. Baseball cards featuring Ruth's image remain among the most valuable collectibles in sports, with pristine examples selling for millions of dollars. The T206 Honus Wagner card is famous for its rarity, but Ruth cards are valuable because of who he was and what he represented. Collectors aren't just buying cardboard and ink. They're acquiring pieces of the moment when sports became central to American culture. The stories about Ruth, some true, some embellished, some entirely fabricated, form a mythology that serves baseball the way ancient myths served earlier civilizations. The called shot, the 60 home runs in 1927, the promise to hit a home run for a sick child and then delivering on that promise. These stories teach lessons about confidence, performance under pressure, and the rewards that come from daring greatly. Yankee Stadium, rebuilt in 2009 but incorporating design elements that deliberately echo the original, remains a shrine to Ruth even though he never played in the new version. Fans visiting the stadium for the first time make pilgrimages to Monument Park, where a plaque commemorates Ruth's achievements in language that borders on religious reverence. The stadium's dimensions still favour left-handed power hitters, a design choice that acknowledges Ruth's continuing influence on how the Yankees think about constructing their roster. The phrase Ruthian has entered the English language as an adjective meaning exceptionally large or powerful. When a slugger hits a particularly long home run, announcers describe it as Ruthian. When a player achieves something that seems to transcend normal boundaries, sports writers invoke Ruth's name. This linguistic immortality, the transformation of a person into an adjective, is reserved for the very few whose impact genuinely changes how we understand their field. Modern players who hit 40 or 50 home runs in a season are praised by comparison to Ruth, even though the game they're playing is dramatically different from the one Ruth dominated. Pitchers throw harder now, fielders are more athletic, stadiums are larger, and the scientific understanding of hitting mechanics has advanced enormously. Yet Ruth's shadow stretches across all these changes, his achievements serving as the standard against which power is measured. The curse of the Bambino, the superstitious belief that Boston's sale of Ruth to New York cursed the Red Sox franchise for 86 years, demonstrates Ruth's cultural penetration beyond pure sports. The fact that rational adults could believe that a player transaction in 1920 affected game outcomes in 2004 shows how deeply Ruth embedded himself in baseball's narrative structure. When the Red Sox finally won the World Series in 2004, breaking the alleged curse became as important to the story as the actual athletic achievement. Hollywood has repeatedly tried to capture Ruth on film with varying degrees of success. The challenge has always been that Ruth's life was almost too eventful, too packed with incident and achievement, to fit into conventional narrative structures. How do you dramatise someone who actually lived larger than most fictional characters? The attempts continue, each generation trying to explain Ruth to audiences who live in increasingly different worlds from the one he inhabited. Children who will play baseball in 2050 will still learn Ruth's name, and still hear stories about the Bambino who hit balls over buildings and ate hot dogs by the dozen. The details may blur and the context may fade, but the essential story, poor boy makes good through natural talent and irrepressible personality, remains as compelling as ever. Baseball historians continue to debate Ruth's place in the sports pantheon. Was he the greatest player ever, or does that honour belong to Willie Mays or Barry Bonds or Mike Trout? These debates miss the point. Ruth's importance isn't about being the best in some objective sense. It's about being the most transformative, the player who changed not just how baseball was played, but what baseball meant to American culture. Now, as you drift towards sleep, let's consider perhaps Ruth's most important legacy, one that statistics can't capture and that has nothing to do with championships or records. Ruth gave people joy, and he did it with an enthusiasm that was itself joyful to witness. Watch footage of Ruth hitting home runs, grainy, silent film that nevertheless conveys his obvious pleasure in the act. After connecting with a pitch, he doesn't admire his work or pose for cameras. He simply runs, a surprisingly graceful trot given his bulk, with a smile that suggests he's as delighted as the fans in the stands. Baseball was, for Ruth, genuinely fun, and his enjoyment was contagious. This might seem trivial, but think about what Ruth offered to Americans during his peak years. The 1920s brought prosperity for some, but anxiety for many, as traditional social structures gave way to modernity's uncertainties. The 1930s brought economic catastrophe, with unemployment, foreclosures, and the genuine fear that American democracy might not survive. Through all of this, Ruth played baseball with the unself-conscious joy of a child, reminding people that pleasure and delight remained possible even in difficult times. His home runs weren't just athletic achievements, they were permission slips for celebration. When Ruth connected with a pitch and the ball soared into impossibly distant seats, fans could forget their troubles for the seconds it took the ball to travel. They could rise from their seats, cheer without inhibition, and share a moment of uncomplicated happiness with thousands of strangers. Ruth never pretended to be a role model in the modern sense. He drank, he ate to excess, he caroused, and he made no particular effort to hide any of it. Yet somehow this honesty about his appetites made him more rather than less appealing. Americans understood that Ruth was flawed, but they also recognized that his flaws were human scale, the kind that anyone might have if they suddenly found themselves wealthy and famous. The relationship between Ruth and baseball fans was genuinely reciprocal. He loved their attention, fed off their energy, and performed better when stadiums were packed and roaring. Fans, in turn, loved him not just for what he did, but for how obviously he loved doing it. This mutual affection created a bond that transcended the usual relationship between athlete and spectator. Ruth's generosity with his time, particularly toward children, reflected his understanding that his fame created opportunities to bring happiness to others. When he visited a sick child in a hospital, signing a baseball and telling stories, he was giving that child something more valuable than memorabilia. He was giving them a story they could tell for the rest of their lives, a moment when they mattered to someone important. His teammates, even those who found his behaviour exasperating, generally loved him because Ruth treated baseball as play rather than work. In an era when most professional athletes approached their sport with grim seriousness, Ruth maintained the perspective that baseball was fundamentally a game. This attitude didn't make him less competitive. Ruth hated losing, but it kept him from the bitterness that consumed players who couldn't separate their self-worth from their performance. The joy Ruth embodied extended to his appreciation for his own success. He didn't pretend to be humble or act like his achievements were merely the product of hard work. Ruth understood that he had extraordinary talent, and he celebrated that talent openly. This self-awareness and lack of false modesty was in its own way refreshing. Ruth knew he was special, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. As sleep approaches and the story winds toward its close, consider what Ruth teaches us about living fully. His life wasn't long. 53 years is less than many of us will have, but it was completely lived. He experienced more pleasure, more success, more acclaim, and yes, more excess than most people could fit into twice that time. He never seemed to wonder if he deserved his success. He simply enjoyed it while it lasted. In your last moments of wakefulness, picture Yankee Stadium on a late summer afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the infield as another generation of players takes batting practice. The crack of the bat echoes off the stands, that distinctive sound that has remained unchanged for over a century. Somewhere in those stands sits a grandfather taking his grandson to his first baseball game. The boy's attention wanders. It's the 7th inning, and the game has been slow. Then the home team's slugger steps to the plate, and the grandfather leans close to his grandson's ear. He tells him about another slugger, the first and maybe the greatest, a man who hit balls so far they seem to leave the atmosphere. The boy listens, not entirely sure if Grandpa is telling a story or recounting history. The slugger connects with a pitch, and the ball rises on a trajectory that every fan in the stadium recognises instantly. It clears the fence by 50 feet, landing somewhere in the distant bleachers. The grandfather leaps to his feet. His knees hurt, but he doesn't care. And the grandson jumps up beside him, caught up in the moment even though he doesn't fully understand what he's witnessing. This is Ruth's final gift, the one that keeps giving decades after his death. The shared experience of baseball's most dramatic moment. The home run that makes strangers into a community, that transforms an afternoon into a memory, and that connects generations through the simple act of watching someone hit a ball with a stick. Every home run hit in every stadium in America carries an echo of the ones Ruth hit in stadiums that no longer exist, watched by fans who have long since passed away. The game evolves, rules change, and players get stronger and faster, but the fundamental thrill, the ball rising against the sky, arcing toward the fence, and landing in a distant section while fans roar, remains exactly what it was when Ruth did it for the first time. Ruth's story reminds us that sports matter not because they're important in some objective sense, but because they give us ways to connect with each other, with our past, and with the parts of ourselves that remember how to play. The boy from Baltimore who learned to pitch on reformatory fields never forgot that baseball was supposed to be fun, and he spent his entire career trying to share that fun with anyone who would watch. He succeeded beyond anything his younger self could have imagined. The orphan who felt unwanted became the most beloved figure in American sports. The undisciplined kid who couldn't follow rules became the man who rewrote them. The player who was sold by one team for money became the catalyst for a dynasty that redefined sports excellence. But perhaps most importantly, the child who grew up without much joy became the man who created it for millions. Every time someone's face lights up watching a home run, every time a kid imitates a power swing in a backyard, every time baseball brings people together in shared celebration, Babe Ruth is there, still playing the game he loved, still inviting everyone to join him in the simple pleasure of hitting a ball as far as possible and then running around some bases while people cheer. As you drift into sleep, you might dream of summer afternoons and the crack of a wooden bat, of balls rising against blue skies, of a round-faced man with a huge smile circling the bases while a stadium full of strangers becomes, for a moment, a community united in joy. These dreams connect you to millions of others who have found comfort and excitement in the same images, the same stories, and the same fundamental human desire to witness excellence and share in celebration. Babe Ruth lived more than 90 years ago, but his gift remains, the reminder that life is meant to be fully lived, that talent should be celebrated rather than hidden, and that joy shared multiplies while joy hoarded disappears. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere right now someone is hitting a home run, and for that moment they are Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth lives again. The boy from Baltimore found his way home, and in doing so he helped millions of us find ours, on baseball diamonds, in stadium seats, in the stories we tell about the ones who came before, and in the simple shared pleasure of watching someone do something extraordinary. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session, and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling, not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat, her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire-starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particularly point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, Yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grak has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grak examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grak describes his hide working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grak continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus. Owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose, complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities, finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts: haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise, shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organise resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favouritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals, and the young nation, could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability, but the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he had caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr, She responded by emphasizing forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, The memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her. A woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos.